right. I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Saturday to you. Happy Memorial Day weekend to those of you in the United States that celebrate that, or around the world if you celebrate it some way, somehow. But hey, everyone. Hope you're doing well, enjoying your long weekend. Some people have a long weekend because of the holiday on Monday. So, welcome. Excited, as per always, to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening, what we can learn, what we can glean, what we can find out about what's going on in our lives and what they want us to know. But before we get into all that, let's start off. We're going to come back to this moment out of the chaos of the outside world, out of the future, out of the past. We'll come back here to the now. We'll take a big deep breath in. If you want to join me, slow, we'll hold it for as long as feels comfortable, and then slow exhale out, focusing on the beautiful love we have in our center. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl here for more energy. And we're going to bring in the feather again. I've been doing that last couple of nights and I really feel that energy. So we're going to continue that, at least for tonight. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. And then, like I said, I will hit the singing bowl 3 times. And as I'm hitting the singing bowl, I can just imagine that beautiful love within us just expanding outward, going into our mind and all our stories, into our hearts and all of our emotions, into our physical bodies, every cell of our body, into our energetic body, to all of our chakras and meridians, out to our auras, filling us entirely up and then flowing out to the outside world. Let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. Um, after the third bong, I will bring in the feather here to help cleanse energy, move energy, and so we're going to do a little bit of shamanic work with that as well. If you need any healing energy, that'll be emanating from the bowl as well. So just allow that to flow into your physical body. If you're looking for a physical healing, emotional body, let it sink into your heart. If you need any kind of mental, of course, disclaimer: I'm not a licensed medical professional. I'll always see the description box. Don't want to get in trouble, but this energy can help you. And so we're going to do that. And of course, something we can do to always help raise the vibration of our own energy is to focus on what we're just one little thing that we're grateful for in the moment. We can just um, think of that one thing sincerely grateful. It moves our energy up. It magnetizes us to receive from spirit messages and those things that we're grateful for. So it's always a win-win, win-win-win, right? Gratitude. All right. So we got all prepared here. So remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you guys so much for joining me and doing that. So powerful. I tell you what, could almost go to sleep right now, right? All right. So let me put all my stuff over here. Get my little area all prepped and we will get into things. So, hey, my Zen friends. Wow, what a wonderful day. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill some tea. So, welcome. We got a great group of Zen friends. Huge hearts, great senses of humor. I say it every time and I mean it. I'm so grateful because those are two amazing things that help life be so much more easier. And I'm so grateful to have such a group of lovely, lovely souls. There's always room for more Zen friends, so welcome. If you want to find out how the reading process all works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. You can make a donation by using that super chat at the bottom of the chat or in the description area. I do have my Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. So if you want to make a donation, you can do it that way. I don't have any set dollar amounts currently. So whatever you are able to give from your heart, I honor that. And then we dive in. If you um, make a donation or have donations that add up to $5 or more, this evening you also get a fortune cookie from the Soul Coaching Oracle. And then every donation gets one of these Celestial Insights cards. So we have those as a little extra, like I said, like it's a fortune cookie, a little extra message from Spirit for you for your readings here. And I do get to free readings every session, and I do post a pinned comment at the end of each session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you put your question and you come back later and look for your reading, just look for your name, click on that little timestamp, takes you right to your reading. Easy breezy, I know. Also, I do have a podcast that comes out every 2 weeks, sometimes 3 if I have a lot going on or I'm doing other things, but I try to be consistent. I try at least. This one came out last week, which is phase 1. We're learning about expanding our empathic abilities and also um, uh, these are in our other spiritual gifts. So we have phase 1 of 4. So there'll be 3 other phases that we'll be going through to how to expand our spiritual gifts and especially empathic gifts. So if you're interested, it's free. Check it out. If you want to catch up on any of the others, you can click on the playlist that's down in the description area. Or if you click on my name and go to my main YouTube channel, it's at the top up there as well, the little playlist link. So that is what we have. I think that's it. Boom, boom, boom. I'm excited to get into readings. We'll make sure we've got all of our list all up to date and do the shout outs. I am here. I'm still in the zone. I been having wonderful, wonderful sessions. Wednesday night was 7.5 hours. Thursday night was like I think 6.5. Last night was 7.5 hours. So I forget that when I have long sessions, I feel drunk in spirit. It takes me a while to come out of it, and then I get back into it. So, I don't know, by Sunday evening, tomorrow night, I'm gonna be like, "Woo!" But anyway, hello, everybody. Oh, yeah, and it flew by, though, I that's the thing is, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, it's that time," and I'm like, "Alright, time," and then Spirit's like, "Alright, that's enough, time to go." But usually it kinda winds down naturally for the most part, but thank you, Debbie, and, Shannon last night too. You guys, came in toward the end, and, I was like, "I got to go, I'm so tired," and, you guys are so gracious and let me continue on to this session here. So, we'll start off with our shout out. Hey, we have Debbie O at the bottom here, and thank you for your donation, and you're saying the question yesterday, comma, whatever comes up. So you do not want the free reading, you want this just to be your, donation? You want all that to be your donation? If I'm understanding you correcto, I will move that. into lineup here for donations. So I'll give that a love and a like since I have you all up there. All right. And we've got Chelsea in the house. Hey, Chelsea, happy Saturday. We got yours here. Okay, I get you. So I'll leave you on the free list. You'll be up for the first free one there for whatever. So whatever comes up. So we'll dive deep into the ayahuasca and all that kind of stuff for your donation, and then free reading whatever spirit wants you to know. So if I'm picking up what you're putting down, okay, okay, all right, perfect. Thank you so much. All right, so Chelsea, good to see you. We got you on the free list there, Chelsea, and or Chelsea. I'm just giving you a nickname. I tend to do that though, so I'm going to call you Chelsea. That's my nickname for you. And if you don't like it, you can just let me know and I'll change it. Dev, you said you listen to bowls at bedtime, chakra bowls. Oh yeah, that must put you like really to sleep. Okay, very good. You would love to try ayahuasca. Hey, are you going to be near San Diego, Debbie, when you go to California? They might have a little contact down there. I'm just kidding. All right, then we got Celestial Nebula. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here too. You'll be right. Just make sure I'm putting you in the right space here. Okay. Oxnard. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's north of LA, and I actually visited there once. Um uh And, we stayed at someone aunts and uncle's house. They actually lived in a huge trailer park where you could walk over some dunes down into the beach. So Oxnard, I think, is right out on the coast, right? Pretty. Lauren. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I do have you on the donation list as well, so good to see you. Good chat with you earlier too. Yeah, I learned so much today. Wow. All right, let's see here. We got Blueberry. I think I have everyone else. We got Blueberry on the list. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. Got you on the free list. We got JoJo in the house from overseas. So, JoJo, good to see you. I got you on the free list here too. And we got Leslie. Hey, Leslie, we got you on the free list. Good to see you too. Happy Saturday. Cheers, cheers. And then Musical Beer, I got you on the free list. Good to see you. Then from earlier today, we do have Essence of Ethereal Serenity and Ashish and Ascending Butterfly. Good to see you guys. You are all on the free list here. And then see all these wonderful posts from Ascending Butterfly. Thank you again so much for posting all that information. I really appreciate that. And we got Maria P. So Maria, I got your on the free reading and I got your donation. So you're on the list there. And Mini Heal. So we've got all that. And then, like I said, from last night, we've got Debbie O. It will be up on the first of the free readings, and then Shannon after that from last night, because you guys were so gracious. You came in as I was headed out, and I wanted to honor that. So yeah, fun adventures. Mirrors, 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 mirrors. What a wonderful, huge contrast, right, Lauren? Yeah, and he boom. Port Weenie, very close to the beach. Ah, how fun. All right, and I'll let you guys chat about that stuff. Here we got Teresa Horton in the house. Hello, hello, good to see you. And Teresa, do you want just a general reading from Spirit, or do you have a specific question? I'll get you on there. Place holding, so let me know. And Livia Vagara, hello, hello, good to see you. All right. So, we are gonna be using the Runic Tarot tonight. Dun, dun, dun. It's a beautiful deck, huge box, but the cards are regular size here. So we'll be using those. We have 3 donations, so Maria P will be up first, and then Lauren of Light, and then Debbie O, you'll be up after that for your donations, and if I don't have any other donations, we'll be jumping into free readings, but generally more come in, so I don't wanna tease ya, but we might get to them a little earlier, but cheers, cheers. Oh, so good. I have no idea what kind of coffee that is. It's Twix Zero Creamer. Oh, I didn't do my cheers, cheers. Oh, how rude. So always I love to do a shout out to everybody just let you know I'm so glad that we're on this journey together. Thank you for all the thumbs up. That does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the giant love tsunami, and it's so grateful. Something everyone can do for free, and it does definitely help. If it holds, I did reach 2,600 members overnight. So if that holds, we might have a little celebration coming up. So keep an eye out. Cheers, cheers. But I love you guys, and I'm so grateful that we're in this together here. All right, I see you, Teresa. So we'll get that more specific about money, 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 money. All right, and I think I've got everyone else on the list for now. So we shall dive in. So up first, we do have Maria P at 1720. So Maria P, thank you for your donation via the PayPal. There's your timestamp. And you want to know Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Okay. And then what's coming towards you guys next week. Anything that he would like to tell you. Nope, not all that in there. Okay. And then work for you next week. And anything you need to know about work next week. All right, let's take a look here. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, his thoughts, he's in a bit of his head with the devil card coming in there. That is Capricorn, big thinking, a lot of letting go of a lot of mindsets and thoughts and beliefs. He's trying to clear out some stuff, I just feel like this isn't specific towards you, though. I just feel like he's in his head around a lot of things, including you. So I feel like they just want to make sure you know that that's kind of what's going on. It's not that he's ignoring you, or I feel like he's just got a lot on his mind and he's distracted and he's trying to distract himself from all his thinking through other activities, like probably drinking. I just see Memorial Day weekend parties and barbecues. I feel like he's just trying to get out of busyness and, just get distracted with other people's lives for a moment. Just feel like he's got a lot on his head. But for his heart, he does have the Queen of Pentacles that comes in here. And that Queen of Pentacles there, is that nurturing energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. And they do see you as that nurturing person. Um, but I definitely feel like that Queen of Pentacles brings in that they're nurturing themselves as well. So, there is this, I feel like they're kind of in a busy, 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 busy work week and a bunch of stuff, all the graduation stuff, all this stuff. I just feel he's just kind of still like tired. That's what I feel from him, is just exhaustion. So you might even have gotten a little bit sick. That's there as well. So, um, so that's that. And then what's coming towards you guys next week? You got the 8 of Swords. So letting go of some long held thoughts and beliefs that might have made you guys feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Those, again, this devil card is some shaking some beliefs that, expectations and letting things go so that, you can move forward in things, because those are restrictive. They're like weights holding it down. So I feel like you guys are really focusing, letting some thinking go so you could be less serious and more joyful and full of love instead. So I like that. Alright. And then, you wanted to know what I should just delete these as I'm doing them here. That would make it easy, wouldn't it? Why make it easy on myself? Anything that he would like to tell you. So you do have justice, uh, which is the, you know, Libra energy that rules over the house of relationships. And I do feel like, I mean, with all this thinking energy, because the justice card, they do have that ace of swords with them here, with the balancing of the scales. And I feel like there's a lot of energy. He's trying to find out what it is he wants from your guys' relationship and from relationships in general. And, kind of um, cut away the small teachers rooted in fear of opinion and stuff and focusing in on what they really want. So I feel like there's a good shift of energy coming with that because it's positive because they're getting rid of those weighty things of fear and looking at things that are more of love and joy and gratitude and around a relationship, more of a free feeling towards the relationship instead of a restrictive imprisoned kind of energy. So it feels good. Work for you next week. You've got temperance, patience, grasshopper, patience. So things are unfolding, but I just feel like next week kind of feels slow. There's, you know, the I don't know, it's just things were kind of speeding up at work with all the stuff happening, and then all of a sudden it went, "Stop. Hold on. Let's reevaluate everything." So, and I do feel like there was a big change up top that, someone's whole belief around, the what the company's focus is and direction and, their true north and all of that that's been happening, that's when that person changes, it kind of feels like then everything else they start going, "Well, I have a different philosophy." And so I feel like they're like, "Wait, what? Hold on. Stop all changes. Let's evaluate because I don't want to do something to undo it and redo. So let's just stop." So that's kind of energy I feel coming in with that. So I like that. What else do you need to know about work, right? Yep. You got the chariot, power of choice energy coming in, you know, and I feel like we've been getting that, for a while that you do have these choices coming up and, that there's a lot of Cancer moon energy behind the Chariot card, which is all about emotion. And I feel like they're saying there is going to be a choice that'll keep coming up for you about following your heart and where it's leading you. And things will become uncomfortable where you're at because I feel like you're at the beginnings of I feel like it's been over the last, what, 2, 3 months, it kind of feels like, where your heart has been starting to really appear in your career and job readings about, "All right, I'm putting my foot down. I want to go in a direction." So, and I feel like that's what's gonna be coming up for you is really seriously going, "What is it that I wanna do?" And doing what you can to kinda step into your heart. I do have a little note here to kind of look into maybe a podcast, creating something around how can we get into our heart to understand what it wants? How can we connect to it? So I'm excited to do that here eventually. But I got these other three phases of our spiritual growth to go first. It's going to be a while before that one comes out, but we're going to work on that. We'll do it all together, but definitely it's about take some time with your heart to discover um, you know, um, what it's wanting, right? Getting out of our head and into our heart, right? So I feel like that's what they have. Let's get to your fortune cookie here. See what we got going on here. You got embrace. Look at that crazy. These are such cute cards. Embrace the changes happening around you. Have recent changes made you uneasy? Accept them, adjust, and discover the opportunities that come with transformation. I feel like here's that transformation coming. There's gonna be some opportunities, so I like it. So you said you watched that video about the, abundance where it be. So you know the information, but now it's putting that into practice, right? So look into your heart, your inner child, get those gates wide open and get that balancing in there. So when opportunities come, they can come right towards you, right? So that is what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings, and we will circle back around for your free reading eventually as well. All right. So let us take a look here. I did have done a few donations come in. So let me get everyone on the list here. So let's just start down here. So we got Ruby. Hey Ruby, good to see you. Hello, hello. We got your free reading request. We'll get that on the books here. And then of course we've got 3 donations as well. And let me see here. You and Shanji. Hey, Shanji in the house too. So I got you got 3 donations that came through the Cash App. Let me just look at timestamps here. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Yep. So it looks like here, Ruby, your first one got in first there. And then we've got 2 for Shanji in the middle between that one and that one. See a little laughter emoji from you, Sean. Uh-oh. Can't wait to see what that's about. Okay, and then Ruby, that one came up. Okay. And then Sean G. We've got that one there. Oops. Get that up there. Boop, boop. Oops. Didn't grab your name too. Sorry, it'll take me just a moment here, guys. I just like to get the list updated. That way I can just fly through it when we get to it. And then Sean J, did you see your free question as well? So we'll get that. That one was right before Ruby's free question. So I got you there. I think I've got everything here. Let me just mark these so I know those are done. And let's see here. Oh, we had Pink Aura Angel came in too. Hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list there right before Sean. And then I think that was everyone. Let's see. It was from here. Oh, Olivier Vagarra. Hello, hello. Can't miss yours there. I'll get you right after Teresa before Pink Angel, I believe. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. Got that one. Got Pink Angel. We got that one. All right. I think we're good here. Sumi. And then Chelsea, you're changing yours to a free. You're free to a paid reading. All right. So we go there. Boom, boom, boom. We shall grab you from there. Oops. Maybe. And then put you there. All right. Boom, boom, boom. I think we are good here. So let's see. Here's Ruby's first, Sean's first. Oh yeah, and then let me give all these loves and likes here, these donations in the chat because it lets me do it there, and also then I know I have them on the list as well. So we are set. All right. So thank you guys for your patience with all that, and we will dive back in here, get a quick sip here, and then so Lauren of Light will be next, and then Debbie O, and then we'll jump to Ruby, then Sean G, and then Ruby, and then back to Sean G, and then to Chelsea is where we're at. So we're going to be back and forth a little bit. So it's always fun. So cheers. Yum, yum. Let's see. Do I have all Rubies? Wait, hold on a sec. That's 1, 2. I've only got 2 of Rubies. Which one am I missing? So hold on. Hold the horses here. So sorry. So we got Ancestral reading. And then Y X's Attorney. Okay. Oh, okay. That's the one I'm missing. I got it now. So it's going to go back and forth a little more. All right. So I got it. I got it in there, Ruby, in case you're like, wait a minute. I think I didn't hear one of my, only heard my name twice, not three times. All right. So I got all of them. All right. I know, right? All right. So Lauren, you are up 3056. Lauren of the light. Hello, my friend. What a day, right? Whoa, just mind wide open, blown open here. So let's take a look here. So do you have your little 8 questions here? And we will dive into each of these. So, yay. So, number one is what happens in your love life between now and May 29th? What is unseen? All right. So, based on current energies, what is unseen? Get those and that. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. Well, we do have the Three of Swords as the bottom energy. And that is, of course, expectations equal disappointment. These feelings, well, it doesn't have to be heartbreak, but that's the heartbreak card or the disappointment where what we're expecting doesn't happen or what we're hoping for doesn't happen, and that's all right. We learn through all the crap, don't we? Ob- Obviously, right? But let's see here what comes in here. You do have the 10 of Swords and we do have the 7 of Swords. Yeah. So, there is the 10 of Swords is letting go of expectations, a lot of this energy, right? Um, yeah. So this is this energy of expectations being seen, right? It's not having them. And the more we feel like we don't have them, there's some things that just feel like they're not expectations. They're just, well, that's the way it's supposed to be. And when like, oh, supposed to. But this I feel like with the 7 of Swords and the 10 of Swords, I feel like what happens, it's a great reflection time here for you because I feel like you're understanding so much after today, especially about, wow, all the things that I think are normal maybe aren't normal, right? Because you have both of those extremes on either side, right? Because you have, like, Jake 1, like, they act in ways like, "That's not right." They're not doing relationships right. And then we have Jake number 2, which is like, "You're not doing relationships right." But somehow we think, "Oh, because our way" this is most humans, right? "Our way is the right way, they're just not doing it right." But I feel like that's what's kinda coming in here is realizing when we think other people are crazy by how they act and don't act and what they say and they don't say, that we're like, "Wow," and you're right in the middle between extreme one and extreme the other, and you're like, Okay, wow," and I feel like you just have to sit in that a little bit and realize, all the things I think that they're doing that are crazy. I'm like, "What do they think that I'm doing that's crazy?" Even if we don't think it's right, that they think what we're doing is crazy, they do, so it's there, right? So, I feel like this is the between now and then more what happens in your love life is you're learning a lot about the love of Lauren and how old things growing up that seem normal aren't normal, um, for everyone. There are normal, but that doesn't mean it's normal, and that's why I mentioned planets earlier, how we're like a billion different aliens from a billions of different planets all coming together on one planet, and we all don't think the same way, but we think everyone thinks the same way, and we're kinda like, "Wow, why did they do that?" When they're wondering why we did what we did, and we think, "Well, obviously, we did it because that's the way it's supposed to be done, but that's not how they think, and when you realize the conflict that's happened between you and the Jakes, it's like, wow, right? It's brings in a lot of clarity. Yeah, yeah. We shall see here. Hey, Nicola Jackson, good to see you, and Crystal Ray, hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Uh-oh, someone went off on someone. It's the day for it. Yeah, we'll see. So what's unseen between now and May 29th? Yeah, well, you're really stepping into your power, your Queen of Wands. Being aware of your fire. Um, yeah, I was like, this is the 9 of Cups. You're being aware of what your dream come true really is. You've got oh, that is do they have the oh yeah, they have the cup up there. It just blended in with the chandelier because they have they have the suit up there. So 7 of Wands, which is you being true to your authentic self, standing up and showing your power. Zap, ah, ha, ha. Look at you on the mountaintop. Sorry for the glare. These are very glossy. You're way up here standing up going, this is me, this Queen of Wands, 7 of Wands. You're just shining bright, just being yourself. Yeah. In this death and this rebirth. So I feel like, you know, I feel like the energy here is like you're saying, you're in this space of being, and I'm like, I'm letting everything else go. I'm just going to enjoy the moment. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm not going to worry about other people trying to do what I think they should do, and I'm not going to worry about me doing what other people think I should do. And I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm just going to do it, and I feel like there's a lot of clarity for you here. So I don't feel anything, you know I feel like the unseen is that you're having huge ahas about and a lot of reflection. I feel like if you journal the heck out of what happened today, you're gonna learn so much about your self-love with this 9 of cups. Because the 9 of cups is, hermit energy of the 9, your self-love, and I feel like you're really realizing, "Wow, all the stuff I did." Yeah, and you even have the hermit on the bottom of the deck here too showing up. So I do feel like it's more of alone time for you that's coming in. That's the important thing is to step back, journal. Like I said, journal the heck out of your experience and realize your observations about the crazy one today and realize, oh, how have I been crazy? Maybe in the eyes of the other Jake, right? I feel like if you really go, wow, I did that. Oh wow, and this is how I felt when they did this. I wonder if that's how they felt when I did this. I feel like this would be a great story to tell one day. Alright. So that's for your first part of your question here. And then number 2 here, you got yeah, I like it that we're calling them Jake 1 and Jake 2. Jake 1's thoughts of you today. So let's take a look here and see where he's at. Thoughts for you today, feelings for you today. And when will you see him next? So based on current energies. We'll see what comes in here. So, Jake's thoughts of you today. Yeah. Well, we have the Justice card, which is the energy of course, the house of relationships, balancing, trying to see things from a different perspective, trying to balance it out and understand what they want, right? We do have the 8 of cups, which this is their mind, right? So remember, um, right now they kind of still have that fleeing energy I feel inside of them. They're trying to balance it out, but I still feel like they're still kind of on the freaking out side. And the 8 of cups is they're trying to thinking about walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve, right? So they're in that zone, and I feel like it's important to know, it's like, yeah, they need time to calm down. They thought you were leaving, and they were letting their guard down, and then suddenly you're still here. Whoops, lines go back, it goes back up, right? Yeah. Yeah, no abandonment. Here's some cash. But like I said, in the same thing, he did the act of, here's so you're not left out and feeling abandoned, but I don't want you in my space. So it's his way with those. That's the thing he's doing is like, like I was joking, you don't want to come home and find that, oh, I moved in. I hope you don't mind. Um, yeah. Well, no, I do feel that he wanted you to go because he wants that space, he wants that safety, at least in the mindset that he was in, right? Because he, um, that he is afraid of connection, right? And with you being so close, connection can happen any time, so he has to have his walls up, right? But when you're away, then he can let his walls down and he can communicate. That's why when you're not in his, in his I was gonna say in his face, but in his safety zone. When you're outside that zone, then he's like, "Oh, I can the alarm goes off and the walls go down, and we can have a conversation, we can have flow, we can have things going and all that." But then when you're there, it's I gotta be aware, I'm on guard, right? And that's just how he's built right now. It's not personal, it's just his has to go up. Um, that sounded weird, but yeah. How's he feeling towards you? Because that's his mind. We do have the 4 of swords and the 9 of swords, yeah. So they are in that the 4 of swords is needing rest, and the 9 of swords is all those fears. And so this makes sense. This reiterates what I was just, saying that he does have those fears and fear of not meeting up to expectations, and he needs the rest. He needs the I need to be able to I need to be in control. I need to have control of when you see me and when we communicate, not have you be able to be showing up somewhere. And I feel like that's kind of that energy that comes in there. I just feel you know, like you and if you can resonate with that a bit from today, right? Where you were like, "I'm kinda scared of that they're gonna show up, and I don't know what to do because they seem like they don't say take no. They do what they want. They're just like, push, push, push," right? And I feel like that's kind of their experience that Jake 1 feels like is, push, push, push. And and I feel like that's why they just, I need space so I can calm my ass down again. It's like, well, yeah, that's what how they trigger, and they can't help it. It's like the Hulk. They get angry, they become the Green Hulk, and they're out of control, and they need to calm down to turn back into the human instead of the Hulk. It's kind of like that's kind of the analogy that we're getting at, right? Yeah, you can get it now. You're like, oh wow, 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 right? Say, when will you see him again based on current energies? And you know the and just, keep in mind with the Page of Swords, this can change. But this is December 22nd to March 20th. It is Libra, Aquarius, Gemini energy. Gemini, well, we're in Gemini right now. So, you might see them in Gemini season. If not, then it could be Libra season or Aquarius season. So you have these opportunities, but I feel like with that Page of Swords, that swords energy, which is so prominent here, I feel like that has a lot to do with things have to calm down in their mind, but there's opportunities, for that to happen. And I feel like with your mindset change, if you're realizing, I get it now, and I don't want to be that person that's, you know, following their social media, commenting, asking questions, not giving them a chance to respond and having all the story unfold and then going, fine, you're never going to hear from me again. It's just like, wow. Yeah. 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 And that's exactly how it's always worked. Right. Um, and it feels like here that whereas before you weren't strongly chasing a whole lot. There was a season where you were just calm and kinda letting things unfold, but it feels like the last couple months that you've been like, "Whoa," right? And, because of how they were pulling away, it ignited you to wanna, "I need connection, I'm gonna chase connection," and they're like, "No, no, no," and so, like, they're running away. Then sometimes you caught 'em and they're like, "Okay," and then they're like, "Alright, so you have your connection?" "Yeah, it feels good." "All right, let's step back," and yeah, and then they're off running again. It's like, "What? I thought it oh," kind of energy. Yeah. So it's a good learning experience, right? Everything on purpose for a purpose, right? So that's number 2. Number 3, I think we kinda answered this, but we'll get pull cards for it here. Did he want you to stay here when he sent money? Let's verify that there. Kind of felt like they were like I don't feel like it was here. And we've got the world card, which is an ending for a new beginning, which is how he normally does it. And the 5 of Pentacles, which is that conflicting energy, the fear of abandonment, being left behind kind of energy. So I did feel like they had mixed feelings around it. Like their heart wanted you to stay, but their mind was like, no, I need space. I need this to reboot like we normally do, you know. But I don't feel like I feel like the money, again, like we were saying, the money was a replacement for connection. And what I mean by that is if um if he said, "Yeah, go stay in my apartment," um then they would be avoiding their apartment because you're there and they don't want connection right now. They need distance to calm down and to feel safe again. And um And then you would be seeking connection because you're, like, going through all his stuff. No, I'm just kidding. Writing notes, putting them everywhere, planting traps, putting in, nanny cams. I'm just kidding. Or maybe not. Yeah, I know you don't do that. But that's his fear, right? He's like so he wanted his space, and so he gave you money so that you could be taken care of and not feel abandoned and out of control, abandoned like that. You're not that crazy. Um, I feel like that's more the energy around that one. So, I don't feel like it was, this, "Oh, I want you to stay." It's "You're in trouble. No, I don't want you to be in my apartment, but I don't want you to I care about you. I don't want you to be out on the street and be in that place. So rather than that, here, and your family would have taken care of you. You would have been fine, right? I mean, but that was the way he could balance that out. So hopefully that makes sense. Right. And then number 4, what adventure happens this week? What is flowing in? You want more adventures? My God, girl. Haven't you had enough today? Take next week to journal about today's adventure. Let's take a look here. You're an adventure girl. You're like, I can handle it. I want adventures. All right, let's see what we got here. So, you love surprises, right? So, the bottom of the deck, you do have the 6 of Pentacles, which is an energy of, you know, code. It is my though the energy that's coming through because this is my codependency awareness card or the overgiver awareness card. And I feel like, this is a good opportunity for you, this week is to realize how much you tend to give, 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 give. Just like Jake number 2. I want to take you here. I want to do this. I'll treat you so right. I want to do this. Da 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 da. And you're like, overgiver. And for you, being an overgiver, I'm a recovering overgiver. You're a recovering overgiver. But you get it. You're like, almost when someone's giving you too much, it's uncomfortable. So yeah, I meant good positive energy. This is good positive energy. Well, that's the bottom of the deck. We haven't got to your surprise yet. But that's the freedom that comes in because you realize how much I overgive to everyone else. I'm going to overgive to myself this week. I feel like that's the adventure is that I get to give to myself. Yeah, right? Exactly. You're like, Yeah, but, everything we try to give to everyone else, they really don't need, but we think they do. "This is what you need," and that's the way he thought. He was like, "You need this. This would be good for you." I feel like is like what he was saying. "This would be good for you. Come on, this is what you need," and we realize how much our giving is trying to get someone to need us because we need to you know, because we need to feel needed, and so we overgive to feel needed. Well, that's what they were doing, right? So it realizes it's a good energy to do this right. Yeah, exactly, right? So let's see here. What is it? What adventure happens this week? You have the 6 of Wands, so there is movement here. You have the 7 of Wands. Yeah, I feel like here, because you have the Queen of Pentacles, here's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, here's that feeling full and the harvest. I just feel like the adventure is to let everyone else go and focus just on you is an adventure. I mean, you take time for you and, do different things, but this is like being selfish in a way, "Oh god, no, not that," but this is like, wow, you get to give to yourself. What's flowing in here? Yeah, you got the 4 of Cups. So this is up here is coming down is the Ace of Cups. You have the Ace of Swords, so clarity. Yeah, and the High Priestess. So all of this, it definitely with the Queen of Pentacles and the High Priestess, a lot of what's flowing in is spirit and you being alone, but not lonely, and, really connecting to the spirit world, really connecting to you. And the high priestess dives deep into you know, um, their own emotions and the deep, and that 6 of Pentacles on the bottom, which is, this is your references a lot of our emotional inner child. So I feel like the adventures this week flowing in, and you're like, I wanted something fun and exciting. Why don't you feel that that's good positive energy? Because there's freedom in that. That's that freedom energy. That's when we're able to free ourselves from something. It's like freeing our emotional child from a dungeon. That's exciting because you are so much lighter and and you see things so clearly and you get to have so much more joy. So I feel like, that's the adventure. I know you meant that. Like, I want something like a fun, but they're like, girl, this is what's going to go on, but it's going to be fun. you know, you can look at it as fun if you want, but I feel like that's what they're focusing in on. I'm sorry. Talk to your spirit guides. I'm just the messenger. Talk to management. They're the complaint department. All right. And then for your last four, you want to know what is Jake one learning and now seeing? Let's take a look here. What is he learning and now seeing? All right, short and to the point. I see. So what is he learning? What is he seeing? Yeah, we have the Knight of Swords. Of course, we're going to get swords for him. We did get two swords cards for him. So what is he learning? This is the quest of seeing things more clearly, seeing the truth. And I just feel like he's caught up in his head, thinking about things. And with the Two of Swords, what he's now seeing is the power of choice. And the Two of Swords is the battle between the head and the heart. And I feel like what he's learning is like, I feel like he's learning that he has not that he doesn't. He kind of has a split personality like us all. When we realize that this is different from this, they even have that the heart has brain cells in it, right? Isn't that crazy? But there is this energy where we're like, oh wow, and I feel like he's learning that his head is separate from his heart and that they can be pulled in two different directions. Right. so so I do feel like that. And we've got the, magician card here, which is, you know, stepping into their power, realizing that they need to know what it is that they want, and I feel like they struggle with that because part of the magician is knowing where you're at, where you wanna go, and then your GPS kicks in, and then understanding how your mind applies to that, your heart applies to that, your energy and actions apply to all that, and that he needs to do that, and I feel like that's where he's at, is like, the big thing is I need to make a decision. Even though he feels he has, because 'cause we've broken up, but we're not acting like we're broken up still, right? He realizes he was sabotaging the best relationship he ever had and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah. But really, I mean, how are your interactions different from not being together, right? He's he's broken up, but he's still communicating and acting the same way he always has, right? So, you know, just saying. So I feel like that's what's going on there. And then you wanna know who's bringing you flowers. Yeah, we've got the 4 of swords, which is rest. I feel like the first thing that I heard was a bird. A bird is gonna bring you flowers. And I'm like, "Oh," because I feel like this is someone on the other side that's past that they're gonna bring you a flower. So I feel like there's a bird's gonna drop a flower by you if they haven't already. But the 4 of swords is rest and no expectations, and I feel like it's you. I feel like you, with all of that Queen of Pentacles and all that, they're like, "You bring yourself flowers." Who's bringing me flowers? I am, and I'm gonna buy me the flowers that I like, not what they think I like. I'm gonna buy what I want. So, I love that. But I also feel like you are gonna get one, from, dropped by a bird. So, I love that. And then what inspired action should you take next? Let's take a look here. Just see. There's really no shoulds when it comes to spirit, but they know like what's the best for my adventure? What's to take next here, right? We do have the 4 of Wands, which is joy, celebration, energy, or run off to Vegas and get married to someone. We talked about kidnapping Jake one and, tying him up and guess what? You're married now. But no, don't do that. That's not your inspired next action. Yeah, and I feel here you have the King of Wands, which is you choosing what you wanna do and where you wanna go next. The 5 of Pentacles, is that, the fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold. But I feel like there's this action because you got 2 other sets of cards here, you know, the 5 of Pentacles is realize it's not man that brings you what you need in each moment, any human, that it's creator. The creator is the one who makes sure we have our sustenance in every moment, the universe, source, endless resources. Humans, where we get the fear of abandonment with the 5 of Pentacles is when we think a human is supposed to bring us what we want and they don't because they're in fear and they're running away. And then we're like, oh God, I've been abandoned, right? But creator, spirit, source never goes into fear, never abandons us. And they're the ones that make sure we have what we need. So when you were like, oh God, what am I going to do? Well, you were nudged to ask Jake if you could stay out of his apartment because it's there. And then you'll head out when you can see. And then he was like, no, here's money. And so creator moved them to give you money to make it okay, this is perfect. They were the delivery company, but the source is always creator and they make sure we have everything. So I feel like that's important to know that, you are sourced by source, not by humanity. So, oh, I need to get clients because they're going to bring me this in. Well, the clients aren't making the decision. It's being made at a higher place to make sure you have what you need. and they always have, or you'd be dead right now, right? What else? What other inspired action? Do you have the Two of Pentacles and the Justice card? Balance is the inspired action. You got both the scales of the Justice card and the Two of Pentacles is balancing energy. So balance your outside world, and like you said, you were even saying it earlier, you said something about we need to self-regulate, it was something before that, where I feel like you said, "Yeah, I'm centered, I'm balanced," and it's about, your next inspired actions is maintain balance. That's my goal is just to maintain balance, not to go off, but to maintain balance, it feels like here. Yep, and you do have the 8 of Cups and the 2 of Swords. 8 of Cups is walk away from relationship and emotions that don't serve you, and the power to and change the story. And, and I know you love him to death, and we've talked about this already, but it's when you're broken up and there's no difference in what not no difference, but not a big difference, you know, when we're engaging with them and talking with them and doing all that, and they're not in have intentions currently of getting back together, they need to feel, and we've talked about this many times, right? But it's they need to feel the absence of you. Because if they're not, then they don't see the difference. And so they need to understand if you're not with me, you don't get me, right? Yeah. Yeah, we both need space. And so it's like they need to see, that, if you're not with me, you don't get me. You don't get what I have to offer emotionally, mentally, physically, energetically. And and so, that's what I feel like your next inspired action is balance you. And how you do that is going, I love you. I'll be praying for you and your dad. And um, but since we're breaking up, I feel like it's best for us to have our space and mean it, right? We've said it before, but then he's like, yeah, 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 that's good. But he's always, you're going to come back. You can't not communicate with me. 5 days, right, was your maximum. And I feel like it's important to be, yeah, I'm gonna focus in on me, and I'm gonna look at my actions and everything else, right? So, all right, and then how do you magnify your power? So let's take a look here. All right, I got those there. Yeah. Before we even talk about him coming back, you need to come back to yourself, right? Because I feel like that's the big thing. How do you magnify your power? You have the Ace of Pentacles, new opportunities, your self-worth. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, your power of choice. You got the Two of Wands and the Chariot, the power of choice. And so, how we magnify our power is to realize that, gratitude, joy, higher vibration is what magnifies your power, right? So when you are in the four areas, right? Are what is the story that I'm putting to what's happening in the moment? Is it higher vibration or lower vibration? Lower vibration sucks power away, higher vibration empowers. And so our story that we're choosing in each moment as much as we can, higher vibration, the emotion we're choosing in each moment, lower or high vibration, the energy behind each physical action we're doing, lower or higher, and then our overall focal energy, and that is at higher or lower. And that's how we, magnify our power. I love that you asked that question because that's what it is. And the the Ace of Pentacles on the bottom, the Knight of Pentacles is on a quest for the Ace of Pentacles, which is a way of looking at our self-worth differently. And that's the underscoring of everything is that we are, you know, um, when we're looking outside of ourselves, we feel unstable, and that takes us into the lower vibration. When we're inward and upward, that takes us into higher vibration because we're priceless. We're the prize, right? So when we're inward and upward, choosing higher vibration, we're the prize. When we're looking for our worth outside of us, then we go into I'm on the clearance rack, is how we feel. We can never end up on the clearance rack, but that's how we feel, right? So I feel like that is what they have for you, my dear. So um since your donation, the amount of your donation, I feel like they want to give you 2 soul coaching and then 1 celestial insight. So let's see what you got a little dessert bar for your fortune cookie here. So your first one is embracing. Beautiful card. Number 15, which says embrace all of your life, both the dark and the light. Dance with your shadow and reclaim parts of yourself that you've denied. Embrace your past and what has been hidden or denied. Your soul wants you to know the path to wholeness is through accepting and embracing all parts of yourself. Every experience you've had, even the ones that you thought were bad, was important for your spiritual journey. What you deny in yourself can fester and even control your life. Embrace your darkness because you need every aspect of yourself in order to attain wholeness. Don't suppress your anger, bitterness, or fear to a place where it can grow in the deep recesses of your being. Bring it to the light, Lord of Light. Accept and love it all. Your affirmation for that one is I embrace and love all of my life. I like that. And then you also have peace. What a beautiful card. Here comes the bird to drop you a flower. Hopefully they don't drop anything else either. Look out, don't look up, whatever you do. All right, and then peace. It says breathe and breathe again, deeply and often. Felt the need to breathe. Everything is flowing as it's meant to be, smoothly and effortlessly. All is in perfect harmony. Your soul wants you to know true peace isn't static or boring. It's full of grace, enthusiasm, and vitality. Tranquility is the awareness that all is unfolding according to divine planning. Serenity isn't something that you have to attain, work at, or search for. It's already dwelling within you. To experience this within yourself, simplify your life, spend time in nature, and take time to listen to messages of your soul. Peace transcends fear and the illusion of separation and connects you intimately to the Creator. Your affirmation is I breathe deeply, knowing that all is well in my universe. I like that. And then your little celestial insight is recognition, which says, you deserve to acknowledge your accomplishments. Have you been neglecting to celebrate your efforts? Take time to recognize your progress, no matter how small. It will fuel your growth. So I feel like that's in that energy of it's time to celebrate you this week. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Always so grateful. And again, thank you for sharing your adventures today. Because wow, what great awareness. I love this for you. All right. So many blessings, my dear. And let me catch up here. I know other people came in. I know that was a longer reading. So thank you guys so much. Let's see, we got that here. So we have Crystal. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on the donation list here. Okay, we got that one. Hey. Okay, and then I'll just look down here. Those are all Lauren. And then we got Royal Velour. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And some more space down here. All right. And then I think we also had, yeah, we had May come in. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list too. All right. You are very welcome. Wild. All right. So cheers, cheers. Let me take a quick sip. We'll dive back in here. All right. So up next, we got Debbie O. Hello, Debbie O, my tech Zen friend. Good to see you. Here is your timestamp. Cheers, cheers. Let me give that a love and a like. I forgot to do that. Yep, I got everyone here. So cheers, cheers. So we want to find out Spirit's thoughts on you doing ayahuasca under supervision, of course. Not just out in the middle of a field and on the beach in California. So let's take a look here. What are their thoughts on ayahuasca for you specifically? Okay, I'll give you that here. And then if this is all positive here, would you find a location in Texas this year? We'll have that. Or what's the energy of next year in California or Texas? So we'll take the look at the energy of doing it in Texas this year or next year in California or Texas. So we got you there. All right. Yeah, we definitely have. We've got the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom around here, which is take your time, don't rush kind of energy. So I feel like they're like slowly approach this. You do have the Chariot card under there, which is of course um action, victory energy, and the Wheel of Fortune underneath there. So there I feel like the underlying energy is it can be helpful. Taking your time with it, though, feels important. Maybe that's what they're saying, do it next year, but we'll see when we get there. So that's the bottom of the deck. What are their thoughts on you doing it? You do have the Hanged Man, and you do have the Nine of Wands. Yeah, so here's a pause energy and a barrier. So I feel like they're saying wait here a little bit. Let's see what else we got here too. Yeah, because you do have the Hermit card, along with the Seven of Wands. The Hermit card is, being with yourself in spirit, stepping into your power a little bit. Um, so I do feel like they say that this will, well, they're giving me two messages with that because they're saying, I feel like the waiting. So we'll see when we get here with these energies, but I kind of feel like it's coming through strong. Not this year, do it next year, because I feel like they're saying you're doing some other release stuff that's more gentle. And I feel like they're saying that the steps you're taking and what you're doing between now and next year will make the experience next year not so intense. Because I feel like if you do it now, there is some stuff that you're releasing that it kind of just, just here it all comes, right? And you're like, oh, yeah, yeah. Um, we want it to be more gentle, more, kind. But I do feel they're saying here that you do step into your power more and you do open up to hearing from spirit more with that experience. Underneath that, you do have the Emperor, and the Three of Swords. I feel like go into it without expectations. With that Three of Swords, that's, expectations equal disappointment. So you just go in like, and I feel like if you go in with it next year, it'll be like you'll be in a different space where you're just gonna be open to what do you have for me, kinda, right? Cacao? Ah, very nice. Yeah, so there is seems like something here to, go in that you when you go in with it, they're like, you go in with intention, but not expectation. Your intention is to connect and open up to spirit, but from the heart and not from the expectations, right? Yeah, opens your heart. So I like that. So it feels like it's a good thing for you to do. Now, should you find in a location in Texas this year, what do we have here? We've got the four of is that the four of pentacles? Yeah, you got the four of pentacles and the justice card. There's a little more, this is that balancing energy. They're like, well, more clarity because the justice card is seeking clarity around relationship energy. And this four of pentacles has to do with uh, you know, a clarity around how you see your self-worth. So I do feel like again there's this work that you've been doing and they're like, there's this balancing energy that makes it not so extreme. Let's see here. For next year in California, you got the 6 of cups. So past life energy that comes in, or Texas is ace of swords. Clarity comes in here. So it feels, when we're looking at the different ones here, I do feel again this urge with all these pentacles and all this that they're not saying don't do it, they're saying wait to do it. So I feel like next year is kind of what they're if you're asking their opinion, what's the less volatile experience? And if you do it in California, the 6 of cups, that feels like family, right? Childhood, but past life energy, I feel like you get, like, past life, um memories and visions and stuff when you do it in California. In Texas, when you do it, you would get this connection to, the spirit world and get new knowledge that's dropped into your head. So it feels like more reflections of past life connections and different things when you do it in California. When you do it in Texas, it feels more, you know, present, knowledge that helps you in your life kind of energy. So whatever resonates more, of course, you're gonna do the 6 of cups because 'cause you're a big ol' heart. You want the heart emotion, but, but you'll get the mental kind of, knowledge if you do it in Texas. So interesting. Maybe it has to do with being away from home and being in another state. It it frees you up a little more, but it feels like it's more heartfelt it's felt more in the heart, California next year and more in your mind in Texas. So interesting, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But how fun. I know I've contemplated doing that, and I've never done anything else like weed or anything else. It's legal here now, of course, but I'm like, I'm crazy enough without any help. I don't know if it's safe for everyone else. I feel like I might literally see dead people. I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet, but maybe for my 60th birthday next year. Yeah, look at this. I love it. It is an adventure, isn't it? Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. That's card number 4. So take risks. You're entering new frontiers in a period of expansions. Go beyond self imposed limitations. Look at the world around you in new and different ways. Something exciting is just around the corner. Your soul wants you to know that adventure entails risks, and without them, existence can become stagnant and lackluster. If your life seems uninspired in some areas, Be willing to take chances and try something new. Don't wait until an amazing opportunity presents itself. Start with small adventures, and they will create momentum for bigger and bolder ones. Try changing your hair color or style or drive a different way to work. If you're shy, walk up to a stranger and start talking. If you take enough small risks, soon your life will become a great and grand adventure. I like that. There's kind of like this, little adventure moving into it. Your affirmation is wonderful new experiences fill my life. So that I feel like that's definitely a girl, go on an adventure. Ayahuasca. So now I really don't know. Maybe both. I've never done any drugs, so it might be good to try in California first, right? I'm sure I would like the mind stuff in Texas. Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like maybe there's a way to kind of like, especially that Knight of Pentacles is take your time. So maybe it's try a little experience and then a little more of an experience, a little bigger of an experience. Um, but I like that. So it seems very positive. So I like that for you, WO. So you'll have to tell me how it goes. All right. So many blessings and thank you again for your donation. All right. So up next we do have Ruby, and then we jump to Sean times two, and then back to Ruby, and then back to Sean, and then back to Ruby, and then to Chelsea, and then to Crystal, and then I think we just had yes, Aunt Rose came in. Hey, hello, hello, good to see you. And then Aunt Rose, you'll be up after Crystal. So let me get that. And here is your question. There we go. And let's see, anyone else come in? I think that was it. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Your friend knows the one. Yeah. So yeah, maybe get to know the people in Texas. Maybe that'll give you time to get to know them and see if they have other types of ceremonies and see what energy you feel around them. And or you have time between now and next year to maybe get into a spiritual community where people know people, that do it, and then you feel more comfortable with it. So I like it. And of course, we take risks, but we aren't stupid either. So I know you won't, go, well, they were out on a Houston street and they said, hey, you want to try some ayahuasca? And I said, yeah, why not? I know you won't do that. All right. So let me take a sip and we will dive in here. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Oh, how fun. Yes, perfect, perfect. All right. So, Ruby, you are up for your first one, 123.55. There you are. And so, you want an ancestral reading. Do they have a message or a request? All right, let's take a look here. Excuse me. All right, I do want that. Well, there are like all these cards flown out. Go with the flow. Seems to be a message that's coming in because there's all these cards and they're like just through the flood of life, you will see uh, something that stands out for you here. Yeah, you have the Empress energy, which is, this energy. Oh, they like their altar, right? Yeah, Empress energy definitely is this creation energy, this abundance energy. But I feel like because she's the birther, and what's interesting is so when we have past lifetimes, of course, we've had other lifetimes as humans and billions of other things, right? So we have tons of experiences. But I ever had this come in that you like one of your lifetimes, you in the current bloodline, because we come back in different bloodlines and different family trees. We don't keep staying in the same one all the time. We like adventure, and we want to experience a lot of different bloodlines. But in your current bloodline, you're among the mothers, the original mothers of your bloodline. And so you go way, 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 way back in this bloodline. And I feel like you have been a mother several times through the centuries, in this particular bloodline that you're in. Now you've went off and were other things too, but I feel like I feel like with this number 3, because I keep seeing 3, that there you were like one of the original mothers, and then a mother in another significant time, a mother in another significant time previously. So, right? Here a lot. So, I feel like that's one of the message, and they're like, "Yeah, you are one of your own ancestors." And I love that when you think about that, you're like, "What?" But I feel like that's important to know, and then maybe it has something to do with your reading. That's the bottom of the deck. You do have the Knight of Cups and the 4 of Wands. Yeah, because here's the romance and marriage energy that was here, and what's underneath that here, and the, 10 of Wands. And I like this, how it almost looks like the magician in a way, but and again, I don't get it a whole lot, where every once in a while I do get it where there's a soul who is very invested in a particular family line, and they're very, involved in staying in the same family tree and really wanting to be, um they're engaged in the council of the ancestors over that family tree, and all this, you know, romance and marriage, it's almost like there's been this, and I've never really looked into this before, so this is interesting how they're bringing it in that, you know, um, there are, and I didn't realize that there were ancestral committees over ancestral lines to see what we wanna develop and what we wanna experience, from generation to generation, and how they want it to evolve. But the 10 of Wands is that energy of how much, what are we putting in? Where's there gonna be burden? Where's there gonna be harvest? And how are we gonna learn through all that? And they build it all in. And also there's this, and when are we gonna break chains? And I feel like that's the important thing here with this, is because I feel like they just wanted to bring in how much thought and energy and attention they put into it. That it's not just, "Oh, these people happen to be together," but that it's, um, they know, the combination, because they see all of the patterns of all the choices and how everything ends up. And I feel like that's what they're that the first part of your message, because you got like 2 sets of messages here. I feel like that first one is just to kinda give you some idea of how ancestral energy works, and that, they're looking at things that impact things for millennium, about how all of the, whole bloodline and everything unfolds, and what experiences are there, and what they want to accomplish and experience through those. And from their viewpoint, there's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. There's not good, bad, but at some point they're like, okay, that we need to break that chain. And they have, ancestors that volunteer. All right, I will go down in this next lifetime, then in this, as the tree is growing, I will become a seed, and I will be someone that will help break chains. And I feel like they're bringing this up because you're one. Ooh, a chain breaker that specifically came down, and I feel like you're on the council of ancestors for this family tree that you're in. So, let's see what other message they have here for you. Yep, the King of Pentacles, so the King of Earth energy. I like that, and then next to that, you do have, yeah, the 6 of Cups, and the Eight of Wands. So, you know, someone who's taking authority, with that King of Pentacles, again, I feel like that's just saying you're on that, that council, and the Eight of Wands is about energy and, uh, messages from up above, and the Six of Cups, past life, energy, right? So I feel like they're reinforcing what I was just channeling without flipping over the cards. So I like that. You said that makes so much sense. You've been trying to fix some generational trauma and such, and yeah, now you know why do I have such a strong desire for this? It's my mission. It's what I wanted to come down to do. I volunteered. I volunteer as tribute. Let's see here. Yeah, you have temperance, which I love this energy because this is about we can turn anything into a golden opportunity. And it is about slow, it's you can't change something overnight, but it is about, allowing the alchemy, putting in the magic, being patient with the process. Um, because it will help move through things. You do have the Page of Swords, which is, gaining a lot of clarity, coming in around all of this. Yeah, the Tower, which is removing things that no longer serve, burning away that which is no longer needed there. And the Eight of Swords, yeah. So here's the breaking of the chains energy with the Eight of Swords. That's breaking those thoughts and those beliefs and those mindsets that would be constricting and tightening and, you know, and that there's this release of that. And in a way, it's celebrating what you already have done, but there's more to be released, of course. And you'll do what you can do, and then you can also influence, the other generations within the family tree and encourage them and, um, and especially the younger children that haven't been conditioned and brainwashed yet. Because we tend to, when we're usually younger when we have children. We haven't done self-reflective work. We just kind of keep passing things on from generation to generation. And when we're older, we're like, oh man, and I already passed all this on to my children who are passing it on to their grandchildren. But that's why usually grandparents and grandchildren get along so well because they're on the same pendulum. Because, like, if as an example, it's like we, as a child, we don't have parents who are really involved in our life, and we kind of feel abandoned and alone. And then, so as children, we're like, I'm not going to be that way. When I'm a parent, I'm going to be smothering, so we go and we're smothering to our children, right? And so our children experience being smothered, and they're like, I'm not going to be that way, so our children are smothered, and thumb and control, right? And so our children are like, when they get older, they're like, hell no, when I get older, I'm going to be free. I'm going to let my children be free and not have that. And so that's why grandparents and, grandchildren, they're on the same pendulum because we're usually going back and forth and back and forth. We always overcorrect, it seems. All right. Let's take a look here. For your fortune cookie for this one, you do have Union Universe. Wow. And that says, your connection to the universe is stronger than you think. Have you felt disconnected lately? Reconnect with your inner spirit and the world around you. The universe is always guiding you. I like that. So that kind of fits in with you're so much more a part of this family tree than you realize, right? So I love this for you too. What a great message. I didn't know. That's why I love learning. I love learning these new things. I had no idea about a council. I know we have ancestors, but I'm like, but there's actually a council and that they really are very involved in all that. So perfect. So cheers to you, my friend. We'll circle back around for your other two here in a moment. All right. So Sean G, we are up for the first one here. is your first one. So thank you for your multiple donations via the Cash app. All right. Right, Ruby? You say, "I wanna make them proud," but you're one of them, right? "I wanna make me proud." I like it. Alright, so, Sean, you wanna know, has the show you piloted been picked up? Oh, okay, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, has the show you piloted, has it been picked up? So we got that, got that. Do you want that one? And this one too. All right. Ooh, well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the World card, which of course is a victory energy. It's the ending of a cycle, the beginning of the new adventure. Underneath that, you also got the Sun, very bright, ambitious card. The Six of Wands, another victory card underneath it. So the like all these cards, boom, boom, boom. It feels like success energy that's coming in here. So I do feel like there's someone interested in it. The first card of the actual reading itself is the Eight of Pentacles, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. You do get the results. Um, yeah, and I do feel like there is a partnership here with the Queen of Cups and the Lover's card coming in. And I do feel like it is um, it feels like a divine feminine energy that's like the decision maker here that's picking it up. So I feel like whoever whoever is the head person in charge, it feels like someone very intuitive, very divine feminine energy. Doesn't mean they're a female, just a lot of divine feminine energy and very intuitive, but they're really looking for a partnership to partner with someone. So it feels good, feels solid, like not just, yeah, yeah, do this. I feel like they want to be a part of it, kind of energy. Um, yeah, and I love this. The Knight of Wands and the Nine of Cups. Nine of Cups is emotional dream come true. The Knight of Wands is an energy of movement and action. So it does feel like there is movement towards this dream. We have the Ten of Swords, along with two other cards. That's letting go of expectations. Yeah, the Tower, and the Ace of Wands. So there's some ending and new beginning energy that's in here. And with any pilot, with anything that's created, right? When it gets up into the big hands, they kind of, I feel like they're going to want to make some changes to it, remove some stuff out of it, add some stuff in. Um, So I feel like there's some direction that's coming in. And trust with this tower card, if you have any say so in it, that the things that they're wanting to remove and add in are for you. It makes it more successful. They know what they're doing. So trust. I feel like it's trust their advice that, okay, I just don't know based on stuff. I don't know if that part is going to fly. I feel if we adapt it and do this instead, that will change, it won't change the story too much or whatever, that what's being presented, but it can be powerful. So I like that. It seems very positive there, Sean. But of course, like with anything, when it gets up above, they do wanna do things, but I feel like whoever this because they wanna be such a big part of it, they're very invested in it, that they're not, you know it's n they're the changes they wanna make are from the heart, not from, I wanna, put forth control over things, right? So I feel like that's important to know, right? So, that's for your first one. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in with this too. We got freedom, which says, "Freedom is about following your inner voice. Have you been feeling trapped by responsibilities? Release those burdens and follow what makes you feel free, light, and alive." I like it. All right, so that's for your first one there, Sean. So thank you for that. And then for number two, we've got 140, 19. There we go. And you want to know, are you delaying yourself through procrastination or am I finding balance? Sometimes I don't know. I know, right? All right, let's see here. What kind of clarity we can get. All right. Are you delaying yourself or are you balancing? And any information on the difference. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you have the King of Pentacles, which is an abundance card coming in here. So it feels like whatever you're doing, it is beneficial for you. So they're like, hey, as long as it's good for you, what do you care? I'm just kidding. That's your sassy guides. Um, yeah, let me see if they'll tell us anything here about how you can tell the difference here. We've got the Four of Cups and the Eight of Wands. So we do have, so they're kind of telling you how you'll know. The Eight of Wands is action energy, and um, and the Four of Cups is boredom energy. So it's showing you the two spectrums of energy. And they're saying that when you are if you ever feel like you're procrastinating, it's it's because it's something that you don't really wanna do, but you feel like you're supposed to do it and you have to do it. And so if you're delaying something from procrastination, that energy you'll know because you don't have any real heart investment in it. It's something that your mind is wanting you to do, and you're just like, you don't care if it happens or not, kind of energy. When you're delaying yourself, when you're balancing yourself, that thing that you wanna do still stays active, like, and I still wanna do it. Otherwise, if you're procrastinating, you keep putting it off, you keep putting it off, you keep putting it off. But when you're balancing, you're like, "I'm putting it off for now," and with the intention, and you can feel the difference of your in your heart. Like, "I do wanna do that. I just can't do it right now because I have too much going on, but I definitely that's a priority for me." Whereas procrastinating is, that's someone else's dream. That's something else someone else wants kind of energy. Underneath that, yeah, the 5 of Pentacles. And you'll and they're saying here how you can tell the difference too is when you feel like you're behind and you feel this, "Oh, I gotta do that to catch up, to get up to 0," right? I it's something that I'm supposed to do, should do, have to do. Then you know that's procrastination because that's your mind with an expectation, rooted in fear, not something that's of the heart that you're excited about, that you wanna do, but you just don't have enough time to do it all yet. So, I feel like you know you can sense the difference between those 2 emotions. You got the 6 of Wands and the 10 of Wands. Yep, so one feels like a victory, um, energy. The 10 of Wands is, they're also reaffirming here, um, something can feel like a burden, then that's procrastination. That's something that, again, you feel like your mind is telling that you're supposed to do versus, you know, an abundance, a gratitude, a, like I said, abundance coming in, a victory instead of meeting expectations, right? So we can tell the difference. Something that feels like we're in the negative, trying to get up to 0, procrastination. Something that feels like above and beyond extra and I'm excited about, then that's just your balancing and you're ready to go and head in that direction. Yeah, I feel like with the hermit energy, if you take a breath and step back, spirit will show you as well. You can ask them, you know, and I always like it. They're bringing in the lots, which is flipping a coin, and we can always tell. Um, it's like if you're going, should I work on that or should I work on this? Heads this, tails that. You flip a coin, and you're like, "Oh, let's do best 2 out of 3." Then you know what it is you wanna do and what it is you don't wanna do. If it goes and like, "Oh, perfect, that's what I wanna do," then we know it helps, like, instinctually, we our body knows, and we feel it in our body what it is, so that can help as well. So, hopefully, that helps you have it here. So, I feel like, that they're saying that, regardless with that King of Pentacles, this is for you, and it is beneficial. The experience you're having is beneficial, whether you're procrastinating or delaying yourself from, because of balance. Asking this question, knowing that now, I feel like they wanted to give you the kind of that litmus test so you can go, "Oh, I'm gonna do this," kind of energy. Because now I know, or, "Oh, I'm doing this because I feel I'm supposed to, but I don't need to do that. I don't need to procrastinate anymore. I need just to get it out of my life," kind of energy. So I like it. Your fortune cookie is barrier maze. What a fun little thing. Confusion may feel overwhelming, but remember that every maze has an exit. You might be struggling with difficult problems, but shifting your perspective could reveal the solution. There you go. So shifting that perspective, understanding, where that energy sits in your body, then okay, I am gonna do that. Other things of, oh, I need to get that off my list of things to do, my could do list. Get rid of your to do list and create a could do list, right? So I like that for you. So that is for number two. We'll circle back around for number three for you. And then eventually, of course, your free reading too. All right. So, Ruby, we are coming back to your number two. 14734 is for your second one. There is that. And you want to know why your ex attorney hates you and gives illegal advice. Wow. All right. I used to go, "Why do you" I used to do that to people, "Why do you hate me?" Because 'Cause I'd ask people for stuff. "Hey, would you mind running to the store and picking that up? Or when you run to the store, can you pick that up for me too?" And they'd be like, "Oh, I don't know." I'm like, "Why do you hate me?" "I don't hate you." I did it jokingly, not manipulatively. Alright, let's take a look here. So, what is behind this experience of hatefulness from this attorney, and why are they giving you illegal advice? All right, all right, because they don't want to work as a lawyer anymore. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Oh, okay. So cheers, cheers. So, the bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Wands energy coming in, which does talk about, your life. You're the one that holds the wand in your life, and whatever you focus in on is what you draw in. So the underlying energy they want you to be aware of, just coming into your reading, is that if you focus in on what you don't like about this attorney and what you don't like about what they're doing, then you get more of it. And when we start focusing on what we love about an individual and what they're doing, and the gratitude around it, then we draw more in that, because wherever we invest our energy is so powerful. That's one of the big things that people on the other side always want us to know so much, is that if you could realize how much your moment by moment focus of your mental energy, emotional, your intention energy, your physical actions, how much of it draws things into your life, we would live so much differently. But we're not taught that growing up. We're taught instead, focus on the scary things so that focus on what's not going right so that we can correct it. And because we're taught through praise and punishment to, try to do more of what everyone else likes, because then we get praised, and avoid making mistakes and not being on people's bad side. Otherwise, you get punished, and we're our uh, as a human, we have kind of like these urges to seek pleasure and run from pain. So, that's kind of our underlying energy. We tend to focus on all that stuff instead of stepping out of it and going, I'm going to focus on what I'm grateful for, what I love in life, and joy and laughter. And then we take back, or for the first time, take control over our life, because we lost control to all those humans in charge growing up, and we gave all our power away, with what they were saying, right? So that's good to know on the bottom. But the reading, and then does it? Why are they acting this way towards you, right? So we do have the Knight of Pentacles, which is the quest of self worth, and the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from emotions and relationships that don't serve anymore. There is something here that this is about their quest of self worth, and that they had felt abandoned, and someone left them when they were younger. And I feel like there's this, they don't realize this anxiety and this hate and this fear energy that's below the surface. Because I feel like there's this, they've got a lot of hurt of abandonment, and they're on this journey of all these mirrors showing them what they want to see about themselves, from a spiritual standpoint, right? Um, it's not their human deciding it, right? But it is their spirit having them, seeing these mirrors. And so I feel like there's something with you and the situation that mirrors this to them, that sends them into fight or flight mode. Because people, when they act unloving, unkind, or stupid, it's because we're in fear. Because when we're in fear, our little emotional inner child, you know, we feel out of control, we feel unsafe or uncomfortable. Our little inner child flips a switch, it boots out, jettisons out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and then we act, like whatever age we were at when we had our first original wound, which they act like a child, right? I mean, who threatens? A child, not an adult, not an emotionally intelligent, connected adult. A little small child in a human body does threaten and act that way, and no, that kind of energy. So I feel like it's important to know that their actions towards you are not about you, but that's about what's going on inside of them. Your reaction to their actions or non-actions, their words in this case, right, or their silence, is about your triggers, about your wounds. Their actions are about their wounds. So, but we're taught, oh, when they are upset and they're going, this means something's wrong with me and they don't like me. It's like, no, they don't like themselves in that moment. They're, you know, underneath that, we do have the Emperor and the Hermit. So again, like the King of Wands on the bottom, the Emperor is that same energy. And the Hermit card, with both of these energies, the Emperor clears the throne room to get out of their head. The Hermit, steps away to connect with spirit. The Emperor clears the throne to get out of their head to connect with their heart. And then they're able to see things more clearly in this. So I feel like, you know, it's when we ask, why is that person doing what they're doing? There's the reason why the human is doing what they're doing, in this case, the fear and whatever this is, their sense of abandonment when they were younger, feeling left, people keep leaving them. And so they're in that, their self-worth is low. And so they need to feel in control. How they feel in control is bullying, right? So it's kind of that bullying energy. But so there's always a reason why humans do what they do, and why that situation is happening. But there's also, of course, the spiritual reason behind the scenes, below the surface, which this is for you also with this Knight of Pentacles. It's your journey of your self-worth, because when someone is, like, here in our face, our fears trigger, and then we can be freed from it, right? So it's our freedom work that, it comes in with here. Yeah. Yeah. So, it doesn't matter what they're doing and all that, it's getting to the root of that's just the symptoms you're talking about. But the root, understanding the root and understanding, you're obviously very passionate about this, right? So, you're getting ignited, and, but from a place of fear, not and so as you focus in on it more, what happens? You're growing it, right? So it's realizing, "Oh, let me let go of control that of things I can't control, and then step into what I can control, which are my stories I'm putting to things, my emotions, my energy, my actions." And we can do things, we can still go, "This is not ethical. You need to stop, or I'm gonna need to report you to the board," kind of thing. Not out of, but out of, this does hurt people, and I don't know if you realize that. So if you realize this, if you don't stop that, then it's my duty, to let the board know, that you're, the legal board or whatever. I don't know how it is in every country, but it's, I need to let them know. And but it's not out of, "I'm gonna get you." It's how it's the energy. It's from a place of love that we are saying things going, "I don't wanna do this. This is your job. This is your career. I don't know if you realize this is what's going on, but this is my perception, and if it doesn't stop, I need to do something about it. But I'd rather you do something about it first before I have to." And then if they're like, "Oh, wow." But if they're like, "Wow, yeah," you're like, "Okay, well, thank you. You made the decision easy for me," kind of energy. Yeah, I love that. So you're learning that, side of it, and you're realizing, but it's how it's not defending it from a place of fear, it's from a place of self-love, we're putting boundaries up, so I like that. Why are they giving you illegal advice and all that kind of stuff here? Yeah, we have this 4 of Wands and the 4 of Pentacles, and this is an energy, of self-worth and trying to get a stable self-worth. So it does feel like here it's a sense of control, subconscious little, again, kind of energy. We've got the Strength card and the King of Cups. So here's this lion energy, this king energy. This isn't the normal King of Cups energy I'm getting, but it's because it feels to manipulate and to control. Again, this lion, I need to be the king of the jungle. I need to control things. And the advice I feel is the temperance card here. This is the patience and understanding that things, there are things that are unfolding, but to understand that justice, what they say, justice is always served, right? Yeah. Yeah. So there's this energy of, you know, but you want to know why they're doing it, because you know what it feels like you already think you know what they're doing. Oh, they're doing it to frame me. But this is the core of it is I need to feel in control. I need to be the one, because they feel out of control. I need to be the one manipulating things in control because there's a lot of fear that comes in, right? But of course, with all of this, you know, with the King of Wands and the Emperor, you you don't do things out of like out of fear and hatred and that, because then you're just gonna get more of it because your energy is amplifying fear and anger. When you realize, "I'm gonna do this because I love myself and I can do this," and so when we give people, you know, but we're trying to control them too, right? They need to act the way I think they should. We're doing the same thing, right? Every human is. But when we are like, I have a boundary and I don't expect you to be who I think you should be. But in our situation, I see that this is going on and if it doesn't stop, I feel like it's my duty to tell someone. So if it doesn't stop, I'm leaving it up to you. You have control to stop it or not. You're talking to the lawyer in them, right? It's like you saying, you can stop this or not. And if you don't, then I need to tell someone because they report to someone. There's a board of legal that they can lose their licenses. And I feel like that's the same in any country. I feel like you're in the United States, right? So in like and so if you're doing this, then, I'm gonna do it and then you'll be investigated and you can lose your license. Then what are you gonna do? You don't have to say that, but you can let them decide what the fate of their future is. And they're in control of that. But you get to have this going, I don't have to, this is not how this goes. People can talk any way they want and threaten whatever, but if they're outright lying and trying to manipulate the legal system, then, you know, then there's this, documenting and if you have a lawyer, of course, asking them, "What are we supposed to do around this? What's our choices?" Or even talking to the legal board. I'm sure they have, you know, information. You can go, "So if this is happening, is this illegal? Is this something that we should, put in there?" Yeah. So maybe going to the big board, kind of energy. Yeah, look at your fortune cookies, all about strength. You are stronger than you realize. Though the times may be tough, remember that you have the courage and resilience to get through it. Your inner strength will help you overcome all obstacles. So, as we were saying, this is that the journey of your self-worth to realize I'm so much stronger and I don't have to take this stuff, right? So, but it's interesting that because you're entered, it makes sense that when we focus on their misconduct, da 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 da, that we end up maybe even drawing in attorneys and people that match that. Because the more we focus in on a low vibration situation, we draw more of it toward us. So we don't focus and keep regurgitating the old stories over and over because we're growing it. We realize, oh, this is not what I want. Then we are like, okay, so what do I want to do about it? I think I need to report them. Like in this case, I think I need to at least get the advice of the legal board and see what they feel about a situation. And and then I'll take action, and then I surrender it, and then I start focusing my energy back on things I'm grateful for, things I love, things I'm joyful about, play, and our energy draws those things into our life instead of more of that, right? So I like all this King of Wands and Emperor energy that you're getting because it's really about you stepping into your power and realizing how much that, we're taught to give it away and go, "No, I don't have to do this anymore." It's like if a vampire knocks on your door and you open it up and they tell you, "You have to invite me in, and I want your blood, so invite me in." If we're like, "Okay, come in," but if we realize our right to go, "Hell no," slam that door, then we don't have to do it, or we can when we realize it, we're like, "I don't have to let you in here. I'm uninviting you," and the vampire gets repelled out of your house, out of your life, right? So, I love the journey you're on of this empowerment, but I feel like with that strength card, that kinda sums it up, right? Alright. So that's it for number 2, Ruby. We'll circle back around for number 3 here in a moment. Let me see. I think we had yes, we had Premia pop in. Hey, good to see you. We'll put you on the free list here. All right. And then we're circling back for number 3 for Sean G. Little rhyme. We got 20532. So here's all 3 of yours. Boom, boom, boom. And Sean, you want to know what is the energy around your friendship with B? All right, let's take a look here. What's your current energy around your relationship with B here? Get those and these. All right. Yep, it feels here. I mean, we do have the 3 of Cups, which is joyful celebration, the tribe kind of energy, that's, coming in. And so it definitely feels like the underlying energy is a lot of focused on friendship that's here. So that's the bottom of the deck. We'll see what these other ones are here. Not yet, Crystal. We got Sean and then Ruby, and then we've got Chelsea, and then you, and then Aunt Rose is where we're at. Right. So Sean, yeah, you got the Empress energy. I like that. So I feel like there is emotional attraction here. I feel like this Empress is you. So I feel like they think you're sensual. They do feel like you're a creator. Of course you are. You always get the Empress, this master creatress. And, there is this energy of, I mean, there's a lot of emotion below the surface that they don't let themselves out, but we'll see more about what these other cards are. But it kind of feels like I don't want to ruin the friendship because I really enjoy our friendship, but there's more there. But, because all this 3 energy, 3 of Cups, the 3 of the Empress, just feels like they're not wanting to sacrifice one. Because what if it doesn't work out? Then the friendship's ruined, right? Let's see what we got here. You got 2 sets. Let's see what this is. Yeah, I feel like they do. One of the things they like about you is that you're no nonsense. The 7 of Wands is here I am. I'm my authentic self. I don't dim my light. I don't ask permission to shine. I don't defend who I am. Here I am. And I feel like they really like that about you, your fire around that. Yeah, and they do have the Page of Wands. I feel like that's very attractive to them. You got this energy, I mean, all this Wands energy. So I do feel like there's a energetic and a physical attraction from there. Yep, and they have the Knight of Pentacles, which is slow movement, slowest moving knight out of them all. And I feel like this has grown over time. And I feel like the more they get to know you and the more they know you, the longer they just see so many things that are attractive around you here. But I feel like they're very slow in acting. Yeah, we have, excuse me, I feel like this is the fear of the relationship or the friendship ending. Um, and, I feel like with this Knight of Wands, this is that, if I move on my passions, I feel like with this, because this came out with the Death card, that it ends. And then this Ace of Swords is like, I feel like one of the wonderful things they really like is your guys' communication. So how you guys talk, what you guys talk about, I feel like it feels like a lot of clarity. They like where you come from. You guys think a lot alike in some ways, but different. And I feel like they love how you share your different perspectives, and I feel like they learned a lot from you. But they're afraid that that's one of the big things they're afraid that they'll lose with that as well. But yeah, I feel like there is that below the surface, and you're like, oh, could you blame them? Well, but I do feel like there is that fear of, disappointment, and that it's not reciprocal, and that if it doesn't work out well, then one of the friendships that they feel so joyful about, that it's gone, and then so kind of cost benefit analysis kind of energy, right? See what else we have here for you, Sean. Let's see, we've got emotion. Yeah, so there's definitely emotion there. Like I said, that's a good confirmation. So your emotions are guiding you through life's challenges. Have you been suppressing your feelings? Let them flow naturally, whether joy or sadness. Your emotions are your strength. So I feel like just letting your emotions flow is important. And, you know, I know there's tons of people we can have friendships with, though. That's why I always say if you are attracted to someone, we say it, we do it. And or if you're like, I'm not attracted to them, I just wanted to know. Oh no. Then you don't need to worry about it. That's their journey. You don't have to do anything about it. You get just to be you. But if you're also, then you just let your emotions flow and see where it goes. You know, life is too short to sweat about the small stuff, right? So that's your advice. All right, so many blessings to you. Uh, and thank you again for your multiple donations, Sean. All right. And then we got Ruby coming around for number 3, 21124. So, Ruby, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you want to know, is your ex delusional? Or does he know he did crimes? Or both? All right. So, of course, I'm not a licensed psychological professional, so this is tarot is for fun. The disclaimer says all this down in the description area. I this, you know what I'm saying. So, tarot's for fun and entertainment, but we'll see what spirit says. So, are they delusional? Like, is there something wrong with their head, and their perceptions are way, way off? And do they know that they did crimes? All right, that one too. All right. So, are they delusional? you know, I feel like, with the hanged man here, they definitely see things from a different perspective, from upside down, hanging from a tree by 1 foot, right? So I definitely feel like they definitely don't see things the same as a lot of people. The judgment card, is it's an awareness more for you to understand them a little bit, that the judgment card is our higher self that calls and pulls us into um different aspects of our experiences. And you know you did crimes in lifetimes as well. Maybe not this one, but other lifetimes. And we all do it. We all take turns. The judgment cards, like, remember that everyone is a character on stage, but there's an actor that's behind this character, that's a powerful, supernaturally eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, that's playing a part down here for the sake of the play, for the sake of our experiences. And in some lifetimes, we do agree. I don't know if you ever, they're bringing back a book called The Little Soul and the Sun. And it talks about how we all started off as a big, bright field of light, and we wanted to understand ourselves more. So we became a little dimmer than the bright light. And then that was exciting, but we wanted more. And we were like, oh, look, let's create a place of darkness, which is the universe in this physical realm. And we're like, oh, and now we can go down there and we can see who we are by experiencing what we're not. And they're like, yeah, yeah, this is fun. And like, okay, well, I want to experience what this feels like, but I need a villain to be able to help me feel like a victim. So who's willing to become a villain for? Oh, no, no. We're like, no, we are, we're beings of love. We're like, oh no, how could we? oh, that's so uncomfortable. Like, "Oh, could you do it for me?" Well, because I love you, I'll become a villain for your sake, right? And, who knows? It'll be fun playing a villain in a lifetime because 'cause I'll understand that side of, what I'm not, kind of energy. Yeah, exactly. Like playing a video game and sometimes choosing to play as the bad guys. It's not real. No one really dies or gets hurt in the video games, even though it's field of vision where we get to zap, in the game. Oh my god, I felt that. But, we get to feel things, but all of our everything we experience is because of our stories we put to what's happening, our emotions, our energy, and our actions. The outside world is meaningless till it gets in here. Like when we go, "That's a crime," by whose standard? Well, I've been told that's a crime. I've been told that's not the way it's supposed to be, and they did something that they're not supposed to do, and it's like, well, it's in the play, so it's happening for a reason, so I love Byron Katie. If you ever have a chance to check her out, um, it's BYRONKATIE. She's got a YouTube channel, and her, free website is thework.com, THEWORK, just the work altogether.com. She has a great judge your neighbor worksheet, but one of the things that she said that blew me away when I first found her years ago was, "You know how you know that something was supposed to happen?" "No, how?" "Because it happened." And we're like, "Wow, what a," you know, "Okay," you know? How you know that, something wasn't supposed to happen? How? Because it didn't happen. Oh, it's just like it's so much makes so much sense, but we're taught we have these stories and these pictures of we think that how life is supposed to be, and then when the reality doesn't match up to that, we're like, "Oh my god, what's wrong with the world?" And it's like, it's our story that we're trying to put on the world instead of, her book she has a book called Loving What Is, and then we get to question, "What's this mirror?" And it's interesting, and it's great because, like, when you go, "Is my ex delusional?" We can ask ourselves. It's all the mirroring. Am I delusional? And how am I delusional? Where am I delusional? And, and that's great reflection. It's what does she call it? It's, not investigation. It's something like investigation, she calls it. But it's looking inward, and it's like, "Oh," and I love how she works through the worksheet with people live on stage. That's a lot of her channel is people working through their worksheets, and you just like, wow, we get so many ahas just by watching other people work their stuff. But like this is, um an example would be, I'm delusional in this situation with my ex because I think I can control them. That's delusional, right? Can't control them. They can't control themselves. I can't control myself. How do I think I can control someone else, right? Do I do everything exactly how I want to do it? No. So, I'm like, how can I control someone else? So there's that, great awareness. And do I know I did crimes? What? And we look at how is it true that I've done crimes in my life? Maybe not the crimes legally that have been decided by a city or a nation or court or whatever, but maybe, everyone has their own conditional love laws that we've grown up with called expectations. How many expectations have I not met up with other people? And how have I disappointed other people? That's a crime against them, from their book. You did a crime by not living up to my expectations, right? You were literally gonna say that? Like, yeah, it's definitely a division. I think I could change him. Yeah, right? And so we're realizing that I can control, or I can control these lawyers, or I'm delusional to think that all lawyers do or that every human does the right thing, and that you know, doesn't do crimes. So it's really interesting, right? So all that from are they delusional underneath that? We've got the Sun card and the Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, this does go back to this. Um, the Sun card is their inner child, and the Nine of Pentacles is like a hermit. I mean, it almost feels like they were locked up in a basement, kind of. I mean, it's kind of like that kind of energy. They felt very alone, left very alone, not supervised, not cared for, out on their own. And so they developed survival kind of energy here. But this goes down to their inner child acting up. So the delusion is this is how I grew up. This is my perspective. This is how I see things upside down because of how I was raised, where I grew up. This is how I see it. And they're like, they don't get it how you why do you think the way you do? You're weird. He thinks all these other people are weird because it's like I almost feel like he grew up on the streets or in a very abusive home or a crime family. It would be like that kind of energy where I grew up with my own perspective and whatever kicked in and they don't get it. Why are everyone else thinking the way they do? They think everyone else is different because he's seen upside down and he's like, what do you mean? No, it's this way. No, no, it's this way. No, it's this way. Right. So that's interesting. What about does he know he did crimes? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, he does. We have the 7 of swords, which is the thief, the deceiver, the liar, and it's like, um, so that would tell me that they know that they've done it, that they've broken, um, other people's laws, but again, they're stupid, they're just trying to control or whatever. But when you get the King of Cups, so we've got the King of Cups along with the Four of Cups and then the World card. So the Four of Cups and the King of Cups are like really balancing, calm energies. It almost feels like when he is emotionally balanced, he wanted to change his behavior and turn a new leaf kind of energy, but that didn't last for long. It didn't take long for something to kick in and and then they just fell back into the old habit, um, out of reaction because they didn't know what to do. So they're gonna try, I'm gonna do it, and then something triggered an old emotion that came up, and then fight or flight kicked in, and then I'm out of my mind again, and I'm going back to that old survival mode. Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. So, that's the kind of energy that we have coming in there. But hopefully it helps you understand kind of where they're coming from and that you know, uh, it's just a human character that grew up you know, um, with all that conditioning because um, people always do the best they can. Every single human always does the best they can in the moment with what information they have, all the conditioning and the energy within them and their environment. They always do. If they had a different and, different conditioning, different energies, different things, then they would be different. But every human is always doing the best we can in the moment with what we know, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. So since your donations add up to $5 or more, for this one, you get a soul coaching card, and then you also get a celestial insights. So you got surrender, card 48, you know, surrender them to the universe. Just, do what you can for your own sake, but the rest of it, you know, I have no control over this, right? So it's time to let go. Let go of fear. All is well. You don't have to do it all alone. Release negative thoughts about yourself, for your life is divinely guided. Your soul wants you to know that letting go can heal the need to be in control, the stress of unfulfilled expectations, the anguish of demanding how things should be, and the tension of wanting others to act in particular ways. No shit. It says it right here. These things constantly lead to disappointment and unhappiness. Although there's a time to hold on as if your life depended on it, there's also a moment to just let go. Now is the time to surrender. Remember that you aren't yielding to a force outside yourself. You're giving in to your soul. By releasing your hold, you're allowing the creative forces of the universe to spiral through you. You're permitting the creator to give you direction and inspiration. You don't have to do it all by yourself. Help is all around you. Open your heart and let it in. Your affirmation is all is well. I surrender to my inner guidance. I like that. Yeah, right. Always getting confident. What we all are really until we learn that it's not they're telling us to do that, not to obey and do what we want you to do, but that's brings you freedom. So you get to, have release and all that pressure and all that stress and all that anxiety. It all comes in here, with our supposed to be, right? And then your celestial insights is reconciliation. Don't worry, it's not that. It may be time to reconcile with someone or something. Is there an unresolved issue weighing on you? Taking the first step towards peace will bring inner tranquility and strengthens your future relationships, right? Yeah, it always and the more you do it, and the more freedom you feel, you do that. And I feel like that reconciliation is kind of an inner reconciliation, this realizing, you know, people do stupid stuff when they're in fear, and so it's not intentional. People are reacting, and when you realize it's not about them getting what they deserve, it's about everyone getting what they need, which, can be someone being put in a safer space and someone getting put in a place where they can't hurt others because it when they're hurting other people, they really are hurting on the inside, and they don't wanna hurt others, but they can't help it. So, when they're away and they're getting, you know, hopefully getting, counseling and different things, whatever, to, rehabilitate and have them be able to be freed, that's what's best for them, and as a loving soul, we want what's best for everyone, not, justice. I used to 'cause when I was in a organized religion, we were all about justice, and I didn't like that. In fact, I was like, because it's like the Holy Spirit used to say, "You want justice? If you want justice for them, then you also have to have justice put on you for everything that you've done." And I'm like, "Forgiveness, forgiveness, forgiveness all around." I'm like Oprah, "Forgiveness for you, and forgiveness for you, and forgiveness for me." It's all around. 'Cause forgiveness really I love, someone said once, I read it, I think it's on my oracle cards somewhere, that said, "Forgiveness is about deciding not to be a vessel of pain because of someone else's actions or non-actions, words or silence." We pour out the wrath, the need for them to be punished, and we forgive and we release that so that we can be a vessel of love, and then that fills up. And that's, because the only thing that's in our cup, if we have bitterness and resentment, it's only hurting us, not anyone else, as we realize when people don't think they did wrong and we're like, "Oh, no, they did." and it's like, it's only hurting us drinking poison and thinking it's gonna hurt someone else. No, we pour it all out, clean it out, and then we could become a vessel of love, and then our lives reflect that instead of the other, so I like it. So that's what they have for you, Ruby, so thank you again so much for your donations. I greatly appreciate that. Hang in there. Adventures, such wonderful mirrors showing us what we wanna see about ourselves, right? Right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Up next, we have Chelsea and then Crystal and then Aunt Rose. And I think that is it for donations so far. So, all right. So, Chelsea, you're up to 3050. Happy Saturday to you. Thank you again for your donation. And I've already marked those off. All right. So, Chelsea, your question, his thoughts on my post today. All right. So, what were his thoughts on your post today? All right, I got those. All right. Interesting. Hey. So, you got the Page of Swords on the bottom of the deck and the Six of Swords under that, too. I like it. I feel like it kind of gave a change of perspective. I feel like they're like, huh, I didn't think of it that way before. It kind of feels like, so mentally, it does feel like they have an open mind and they kind of, um and you gave them a different perspective, it feels like. What else? Mm, yeah, I like this. 4, 5, 6. So the 4 of Wands is a joy and celebration energy, so there's stuff that he enjoyed about it. There's also with the 5 of Wands, uh, is a little bit of conflict. So I feel like it kinda went against, it kind of, like, rubbed them the wrong way a little bit, meaning, like, they're like, "Oh, that's not how I think about it." But then the 6 of Wands, so you had 4, 5, 6 that came in here too. It was a picture. So, it just feels like it definitely moved him from, like, the joy and then conflicted and then back to kind of victory and joy energy. So, it almost feels like it's like their mind interfered, but so, like, if their heart went like, "Oh," you know? So if you posted, um, a picture and then they were like their heart went one way and then their mind went, "No, no," but then the mind kind of changed the perspective with this Page of Swords. They kind of thought about things differently because that's going from choppy waters to calmer waters. So, yeah, it's interesting that it kinda has this feeling of it brought, like, immediate reaction of kind of joy, but then conflict, and then joy, not really joy again, but, um, resolution between their head and their heart kind of energy. Let's see what these other ones are, see if we can get some clarity here. We do have Leo energy of the Strength card here. We do have the Justice card, which is a, balancing energy again, but it's also relationship energy as well. It sounds stressful to be in the head. It does. And the Ace of Pentacles, which is new opportunity. So I do feel I'm getting like Leo energy, like attraction energy. That was this a picture of you? I don't know, because it just feels like this, because Leo energy is like, um, Leo energy has this like attraction energy that like kind of draws it in. So, okay, yeah, it was a photo of you. So I feel like there was like this draw, this fire that was there. And but then that, you know, relationship energy kicked in. But I feel like with this Ace of Pentacles, I feel like it makes them wanna, like, reach out to you here. Yeah, because here's the Empress. So, definitely that sensuality, that emotion, that creation energy that came in. So, I feel like, you know, their heart and other, like, their fire energy got activated, and then the mind was like, "No," because it was trying to get everyone under control, and then it balanced out, and I like that when it went from choppy waters to calmer waters, and the mind saw it from a different perspective after they calmed down and was able to kind of it was almost like there's a meeting between the mind and the heart and the passion, and they had a good discussion about you. And I feel like it did it did kind of lead towards this Ace of Pentacles about, maybe it's time to reach out kind of energy. So hopefully that helps. Isn't that funny? I loved that. I was like, "Well, I've never heard that before," because it's usually just the head and the heart, but the passion had a seat at the table for this one. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, a little bit of enlightenment that came in here. So, you are on a path to enlightenment, discovering higher truths. Have you noticed a recent shift in your awareness? Continue following this light, it will lead you to greater wisdom. Interesting. I like that. So that's kind of that. Yeah. They never get invited to the meetings because they're just unruly troublemakers. So hopefully that helps, Chills. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. Crack me up. All right. And then Crystal Ray, you are up to 3718. So Crystal Ray, there's your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. You want to know Corey's thoughts because oh, that's right. You went off on him. Woo, woo, woo. All right. Let's take a look here. What is going on? Oh, that's right. So, what are their thoughts? That's it. All right. Yep. So, we got the Three of Wands, which is I am going in a different direction. Yeah, underneath that, we do have the Knight of Wands too. There's that fire horse energy here. Um, so we'll take a look here. Wasn't this about the fire horse the other night? The Knight of Wands? The was it the Chihuahua energy? Did we talk about that? Was that them? So I definitely that's the underlying energy is they're like, I thought I was gonna go this way, but I am going in a different direction. I'm taking an exit ramp and getting off this freeway. So I feel like something's happening here. We do have the 10 of Pentacles. So that is the relationship energy. Underneath that, we do have the King of Cups. And it's interesting that they thought, "Oh, I thought we were really compatible," kind of energy. But it's interesting when someone has, you know, like they think what is acceptable and, you know, and sometimes people will have this is what the heart wants, but then this is what the mind wants, and then this is what the ha wants, right? Um, and and it's interesting that it's coming in this way. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, because here's the Knight of Cups. So here's the heart, the movement. Oh, yeah. Okay. So we have the Seven of Swords. Here's the liar, deceit energy. Didn't we get that the other night? Right? Is this the one that I'm being reminded of? Because they're like, but it is movement of romance, and everyone cheats. Everyone It's almost like they think that's part of a relationship, and they've got that it's okay, if you love the person that you're with, that, if this helps you be happy, aren't you supposed to be able to do that? You're like, I don't know what planet you came from, but it's not my planet. But I kind of feel like there's this energy there that they're like, what? What? Yeah. And I feel like they have here that with the temperance card, which is temperament, right? It's like when you calm down, I feel like they think with the King of Swords that they'll have an opportunity to change the story, create a story, and kinda alter things, it feels like here. So, it definitely feels here like there's I don't know, it feel the energy that I'm picking up on, it's like, I know that you're so good for me, and I don't know why I keep, like, ruining relationships that are good for me, and I feel like they realize it, but I feel like they can't help it. This Knight of Wands, it just feels like it's an uncontrollable urge. I become like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and then I'm like, "What why did I do that?" But then I can't stop either. It's almost like they're maybe addicted in some way, emotionally or physically, but that they feel so out of control, and then they've learned to deceive themselves, and so they find it easy to lie to others too, with this energy. But I feel like, their thoughts are maybe when you calm down and, the fire, you know, um, goes out and the coals not become hot, that there can be communication and maybe there's a chance. But I don't feel like they're able to change their behavior, even if they think that I'll change, I'll change, I'll change. I'm like, unless they're going to go get help, I feel like there's not something that they want to do or are capable of doing on their own. They'll need assistance to do it, but they've got to want to change it for themselves, not for you. They got to learn to change it for themselves, because if you try to change for someone else, it doesn't last very long, right? You're welcome. Hopefully that helps, my dear. If you need me to get my voodoo doll out, just let me know. Yeah. We do have trust, which says, trust is essential for moving forward. Are you doubting the path ahead? Have faith in the universe's plan and in yourself. Take the next step with confidence. So I like this, trust is important. And, I know, and it's what everybody wants for themselves. For me, I learned in my first relationship, they cheated on me like 6 months into the relationship. And then I stayed with them for 2.5 more years trying to learn to trust them again, and finally, I think it was toward the end of the 3rd year is why them asking the question really brought it forward. They go, "What do I have to do to for you to trust me again?" And this was back in the days before cell phones. I know, it was a long time ago. Um, and I said, "You'd have to carry a pager," which those times really only, drug dealers and some people in business, carried pagers. I go, "You'd have to carry a pager, answer me immediately, plus I'd have to have a private investigator following you 24 hours a day, um, and to report on you." And they're, "Are you serious?" And I'm like, "I wasn't, but really thinking about it, yeah, that's really I don't trust you, you know? So I think this is it. You deserve to go be with someone." That does, because I give a lot of trust up front, but once you ruin it, it's like it's gone, you can't get it back. So, yeah, he's nasty, nasty. You're so funny. Alright, so hopefully that helps, my dear. Oh, Debbie, I didn't see you. How far are you on the whatever one? Just checking to see if you stay up or go to bed. Actually, I have Aunt Rose next, and unless, donations suddenly come flooding in, you'll be up after that one, Debio. All right. So, hang in there, my dear. All right. And if you want, I talk about some of my experiences in my podcast, The Easier Path. It's probably within the first 5 episodes about why people cheat and different things like that. So, if that resonates, the link is in the description uh, area of the video here. Or if you click on my name, it'll take you to my main page. It's the Easier Path playlist at the top. All right, very good. All right, so Aunt Rose, you're up to 45, 49 is for yours. Thank you again for your donation. And you wanna know what can motivate Chris to let me take our daughter a trip to Mexico? Well, if threats don't work, no, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. What can motivate? Right. What else? Okay. Got it. All right. Yeah. Yeah, the bottom of the deck, you got the 3 of cups. You can invite him along. No. But no, really, that was a joke too. But the 3 of cups is a joy card as well. And I feel like the underlying energy is, um, when we're grateful for what someone has done and what they've done in the past, that draws in more to be grateful for from them, right? And even telling them things we're grateful for. Not flattery, but honest, sincere, you know, saying, I've been thinking about, the our interactions, regarding our daughter. And I realize I don't tell you often enough just how grateful I am that you've done this and that you've done this. And it's sincere stuff. So hopefully there's something that you are sincerely grateful for that they did, you know, if they've been, present in their life, in their daughter's life and, being there and stuff. I mean, the things that we take for granted and, that a lot of people don't have where you're like, if like, let's say that he's really active in his daughter's life, say, I'm just grateful. I just realized, the more people that I see that have, deadbeat dads that don't have anything to do with their children. And I'm so grateful for to you that you are a part of her life because she, she needs you in her life, and I'm grateful for that. And then in the same sentence to go, and what do you think about me taking, this has to be like real sincere, separate, things, but I feel like gratitude underneath there can help. Let's see what else. We have some more here. Yep, the 7 of Wands energy here. Let's see what this is about. Yeah. And the 6 of Cups. That's the child energy. And the Page of Pentacles. Yeah. So the 7 of Wands here is about someone standing up. Um, like someone's desires. I feel like these 3 cards are, um, so I feel like appreciation is important, but also, is there something that they wanted you to do or I mean, something they wanna do, but you don't want them to be able to do it? Is there something like, um, that there can be a compromise, I know that this is something that maybe you don't want to be able to do, and I know this is something that you wanna do that I understand that this is about compromise and that this is working together, and I'd like to talk about my concerns about that. I would like to give you the opportunity to you know, with my open mind and open heart, you know, the thing you wanna do. And then, and then they're more open to go, "Oh, so you're willing to, you know, see my side of things too." That helps open communication in a way. So hopefully that makes sense. And then, yeah, and then you have these cards. You have the 2 of Swords. You do have the Queen of Cups, and you do have the 9 of Pentacles. It's interesting here because, it's like understanding both sides of the situation with them too. Because we got the Queen of Cups, which is emotions and understanding the deep emotions that are here. And this 9 of Pentacles is feeling left behind. And so it can also be, um, you know, she can, you know, she'll contact you every day or will send pictures. I'll make sure she's sending pictures. I'll make sure that she's staying in contact you when we're down there. I feel like it's seeing both sides of the emotions and understanding where they're coming from again. What are their fears around it, and what are some things that we could do to help with that? So I feel like it's really trying to understand really their side, um, helps them go like, "Oh, wow, you're not just trying to demand something from me. You actually are wanting to work together on this." Um, I feel like can be like, "Whoa," for them kind of energy. Not that you're a belligerent, demanding person, but I feel like there's something that they're afraid of around this. And so, I feel like that's the thing there. Yeah. Yeah. And you can do that. You can say, I feel like there's something more deeper below the surface. Are you afraid that something's going to happen to her, that she's going to get, kidnapped into the, human trafficking, or are you afraid we're not going to come back, or, you know, um, what is that, kind of thing. And I don't know. I mean, I was joking. I don't know if they're with someone, or not. But if you're like, are you willing to have them go with you? I mean, is that an option? Say, "Do you wanna go with us?" You'll have your separate room, um, but I don't know. But so all those things I feel like are things that you can see what resonates for you. He can't travel. Okay. So in that case, just drug him and take off while he's asleep and drugged. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. That's another joke. I don't know why I'm in such a joking mood. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. If he can't travel, catch me if you can. Baha! All right. Yeah, interesting. Link and attract. Hmm. You are attracting people and opportunities that align with your energy. Are you dissatisfied with your current surroundings? Shift your mindset and energy, and you'll be attracting what you desire. That's another good, yeah, and that's what they're talking about. The more you focus on in your heart sincerely grateful for what they are doing, then that does draw in things that match that. If we focus on what a jerk they are and how they don't let us do things and that they're not doing this, then we get more of that. So it's like, focusing and seeing whatever we focus on is what we draw in. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All righty. So, let's see here. Oh, okay. So sorry, Debbie. Oh, just one more moment. I did get another donation that came in. So hold on. All right. Very good, Ambrose. Much love to you. So Maria P, we're up to 5503 is for your second donation. There we go. Um, so, I know, right? So you want to know here, will Wally go to San Diego trip for work in June? All right. So based on current energies. And then the dark side updates. Does Wally want to continue your relationship? Oops, not on here. And then more dive about work for you and details on decisions. All right. So, will Wally go to San Diego in June? I do have here the King of Pentacles. That is a yes energy that comes in. It's an abundance energy for them. So it's a good opportunity for them. So I do believe that is a yes for that. Updates on the dark side. We do have the Nine of Wands. There's a little bit of a barrier that's holding them back from, moving forward there. So, and I do feel like that's the energy we've talked about a little bit about, um, you know, just the instability that's happened in the relationship. I feel like it's happened enough that they're kind of just hesitant on making a big change in their life. And because the Nine of Wands is, I'm a hermit, with that nine energy. I'm, you know, I'm not involved, with his ex, even though they're living together and all this. And he goes, I'm living my own life. And until I'm sure you know, of things moving forward in the outside world, I don't feel I want to make this big upheaval change kind of energy because again, that instability of suddenly we're broken up and you break up with them and then things come back and you guys come back together. It's that fear of abandonment. They're like, I can't have instability and then end up being out there and, you know, I need to do it in my timing for my reasons. But if I have other reasons, you know, the stability of a relationship helps them see that it's for them to move out and do things. But until then, it's a lot of change. It's huge change for them to be able to upheaval their entire family and everything, right? Um, so I feel like that's update on the dark side. Does Wally want to continue? We have the Seven of Swords. I feel like that they do, but the Seven of Swords is I feel like there's something that's come up here because the Seven of Swords is like the fear of deceit, the fear being lied to, the fear being cheated on. And I feel like this needs to be resolved because I feel like this is the big thing that needs to be solved in order for things to go forward because and we talked about before, even if he moves out, and let's say he moved out on his own even, right? You would be wondering, "What is he doing? He's over there. I'm not over there. Is he seeing anyone? What's going on?" It's just gonna continue. It's just a change of location, but your distrust is still there, and I feel like, they're like, if this relationship is going to continue and be successful and not fall apart, that the mistrust and distrust issues have to be resolved. Counseling is an excellent thing that helps. I know it helped me with my distrust issues, but you get to choose. More of a dive about work for you here. You have the Four of Wands. This is joy, celebration energy. I feel like they're just reverting you back to your previous messages. The dive about work for you is that there is joy. You're being guided to find your joy. not, what you're doing at work and everything now is all of the mind and the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be's. But they're like, where's your joy? How do you want to share your heart with the world in your own special way? And what makes your heart sing? What is it that you want to do? And if you're like, I don't know, I'm just kind of just whatever kind of unfolds in front of me, I'm just kind of rolling with it instead of going, what is my direction I want to go? And I feel like that's an important thing for you there. And then details on decisions. We do have the 9 of Pentacles here. This is an abundance. The Pentacles energy, you know, is the 9 of Pentacles energy, is the physical world. And this is like that things do unfold where you feel self-sufficient and good in the outside world, you know, with this job. But it's when is it gonna be enough? It never is enough until we start living from our heart, find something that makes our heart sing, because we just are existing when we're pursuing something else. So decisions come out, it feels like it's beneficial to you, and you're like, "Yeah, this is great," but I just still feel like it's still like, "All right, well, what's next? What's next? What's next? What's next?" Right? Instead of, "Oh, I'm living my dream today. Every moment I'm living my dream and I'm excited about it?" So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I like it. It got twin flame energy coming in here. It says a twin flame relationship is intense and transformative. Are you struggling with a deep connection? This relationship challenges you to grow and evolve on a soul level. No kidding, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And I think that is it for donations. So we will move into free readings here. So, Debbie O, you are up. Oh my gosh. Are you yawning yet? Hey, Celestial Nebula. Do I have you on the list here somewhere? Yeah, I do. Here, let's see. You're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're 12th on the list, Celestial. All right. So, Debbie O, did I post? Yeah, I did post it. So let's see here. Whatever comes up. What does Spirit want you to know right now? What does Spirit want you to know right now? Got that one and this one. All right. Here, present. You got the Temperance card and the 9 of Wands. See how there's like this little barrier that's keeping them back here for now. You know, I do feel like there's this, uh, it's kind of a message of hope for you that, that even though sometimes it feels like there's a wall and you are kind of being, uh, corralled. We'll do it the other way. Other people are being corralled away from you so that you can have your alone time, so you can do your hermit transformation and all this, and that the Temperance card, even when it feels like things are not unfolding and, is magic even happening? Is there anything going on? They're just telling you here with the Temperance card that even in times when it doesn't feel like anything's changing, you have been making change. Things have been moving. The magic is happening, and at the right time, then gold will appear out of nowhere, and then you'll realize, oh, well, things were changing. And I feel like you will have some ahas. They're telling me where you'll face situations, emotional situations, especially where you're like, normally that would make me go off and I would be plotting the revenge, but that just rolled off me. Like that normally would have bothered me, but now it doesn't bother me at all. And I feel like you're going to have some of this stuff where you might have been realizing this already, where things are not as intense as they used to be, and when people say things or do things or don't say things or don't do things, you're just like, "Boo, boo." Whereas before you'd end up crying because of that, the echo of a past pain that hadn't been resolved, but you've been resolving past pains. So echoes are gone where when something happens, it's not a painful thing anymore. It's just a thing. And I like that for you. So more of a message of assurance that things are going. You laugh and look at the child in them. Yeah, right? You're just like, oh, boo boo. So that's what we have there for you, Debbie. Debbie O, my tech Zen friend. So kudos. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, but I feel like, celebrate. I feel like they're saying celebrate your achievements. Yeah, things are unfolding, you're doing more work, but, cheers. Cheers to you for all the work that you've done. I love it too. All right, let me just drink this last piece here. All right. Get my water out here. All right, got coffee in my mustache there. All right. So next, we move on to Shannon. So Shannon 30604 for you here. Good night, your Zenith friend. I love it. Sleep tight. All right, Shannon, if possible, like a general read. All right, let's see here, Shannon. Thank you for your patience too and waiting for tonight. It was late last night. I was spent. So, wow, you got the Emperor and the Queen of Pentacles. So I like that. Oh, it changed it. I like it. He goes, "Good night, my Zen friend." I'm like, I'm the Zenith friend. But what I like about this, Shannon, I feel like they're talking here. The Emperor, of course, is the ruler over kings. So, on a kind of on a yeah, like a Zenith TV. On a org chart, you'd have the four kings and the emperor. They report to the emperor, right? Queen of Pentacles, would be there's the empress and then there's queens. What I love about this um, is that they're bringing in here that one of the challenges, and I feel like this is a transformation you're going through around your self worth, is that you feel like, well, you meet people and you think, oh, well, they're an emperor and I'm a queen. Can I really be a match for them? And I feel like because the Queen of Pentacles energy is so much like the Empress. They both are Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy, and they're like, no, you're not a just a queen. You're an empress. You have all the qualities of the four queens. You deserve an emperor, and you don't have to settle for a king. Thinking, well, I'm a queen, I deserve a king. A king. You're like, no, you're an empress. You deserve an emperor. Or another empress. No judgment. I mean, I'm gay, so I'm open to anything. But I like that it's about you deserve. You deserve. You're not at this level. You're at this level, and you deserve that. You are so much more, I feel, than you give yourself credit for. And, because the Queen of Pentacles is so mothering and nurturing, and, she rules over the physical world. And, you have the Queen of Wands with all the passion and the energy and the connection to spirit, and the Queen of Pentacles, the huge heart. I mean, the Queen of Cups with a huge heart, connection to empathic abilities. The Queen of Swords, who's a wonderful balance between head and heart. You know, so I feel like your message is, know that you are so much more than you give yourself credit for. Even though you feel pretty confident in who you are, I feel like uh, you're still kind of bringing yourself up short. So I like that. Write down your homework assignment is write down 10 things that you truly love about yourself. Not what other people would love about you, what you love about yourself. So that's what you have, Shannon. So I like that. Right. Many blessings to you. And there's no grading on the homework, by the way. All right. So Mini Heal, you are up 309, 37. So many heal. Here's your timestamp. What important what important things should you know is coming soon? All right, let's take a look here. All right, you do have a new opportunity here with this Ace of Pentacles coming in. So I do like this. I mean, a new opportunity. And the Six of Pentacles is a balancing energy that comes into it's a fruitful opportunity. It's a it's like a situation where because it's a giving and receiving energy I'm feeling in because the Six of Pentacles, excuse me, can bring in a like a balancing of scales energy. And I feel like there is this, you know, you get to give something, but you also get back equally with it. So it's a nice energy that's coming. I don't feel like it's a like a romantic relationship energy. It feels more work related or feels like kind of work related kind of energy that's coming in, or something that you're creating. It's a barter with you between two people, but it doesn't feel like it's a romantic thing. But I like it because you get what you need and they get what they need, and it works out well and it feels beneficial to both, like a win-win situation that comes up for you. So that's what they have for you, mini heals. So many blessings to you. All right. So I will return to free readings here in a sec. I do have a donation that came in. Hey, Kat Marie, good to see you. Hello, hello. Thank you for your donation. Whoops. Didn't mean to hit that button. All right. All right, there we go. So 3:11:49 is your timestamp, Kat Marie. Again, thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp. We'll give it a love and a like. Whoops, maybe. There we go. And you want to get a message from your guides about your spiritual gifts. I'd also like to ask about your physical health. Any warnings about that? Sure. So, disclaimer on health stuff down in the description area of the video. I'm not a licensed medical professional, of course. Tarot's for fun and entertainment purposes, and we accept no liability for anyone's choices in their life. So, always consult professionals, of course, regarding health issues or anything for big decisions in life, right? So let's start with that. Anything about your physical health? Anything that you need to know? All right. And then what about spiritual gifts? What can you know about them here? All right. And that one here. All right. Very good. So for your physical health, got the Queen of Cups energy here. There. Let's see what's underneath here too. Yeah. I feel here, just to show you on the bottom underneath her, you got the star card, which is like a dream come true, a full card, an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, being the first card in the major arcana. On the bottom of the deck, you also have the world card, which is it's the last card in the major arcana. So you have both of the beginning and ending energy that's coming in, and some balancing energy that comes in with the star card too. Usually the star card has a big star with 7 little stars around it, which represent your chakras, which brings in a balancing energy that's needed. And I feel like there's not anything that's coming in as like danger, 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 but there is something about stress because the Queen of Cups, you feel things very big. You have a huge heart. So stress feels like it is the focus for your health. How you can, you know, get out of your fears as much as you can, how you can calm yourself, how you can do things like if you're drinking a lot of caffeine, anything that can lower like your stress level, I feel like is important because when your body's in that stress and in that fight or flight mode, your digestive system shuts down, your immune system shuts down, your flooded with adrenaline, and if we're in and out, in and out, in and out, it's like your body starts up, your body shuts down, your body starts up, it shuts down. It's exhausting for it. It can't fully heal from stuff and maintain its immune system at the level where it keeps everything away and fights everything off. It's a super powerful machine when it's running at its highest, and it does that when we're not stressed out. So I feel like that's a big thing that they're saying here is about balance and starting some new things that help reduce stress in your life. There's so many illnesses in humans is stress related. It's amazing when you get into reading about fight or flight mode and survival mode and what it does, even tension in our shoulders and our muscles because it's preparing us to fight. So we go into this, you know, uh, condition in our bodies. It's supposed to be temporary, but because we have more than just physical uh, dinosaurs, physical monsters, we have emotional monsters that, oh God, I'm going to fail at this job. What are people going to think? Instead of, I'm going to get eaten by that monster. It's like, oh God. So I feel like that's an important thing there. So that's for your health. From your guides about your spiritual gifts, what do we have here? Yeah. And I do feel here, speaking of balance, you have the King of Cups and the Ten of Swords. I feel like when your spiritual gift here has to do with helping people in a way get out of their head, escape from, and transform old ways of thinking into higher ways of thinking that helps balance their head and their heart. So this is designed for people that are stressed out, and maybe you learn a lot through this because for your health. I had a feeling that your gift had to do with your health here, your health reading anyway. And I feel like this is part that you help people calm down, and you might even find that modalities that you're finding to help yourself, like breath work or yoga or whatever it is that you do, painting, going for walks, or there's something that you love so much that you're drawn to share that with other people, because truly, like, we do have spiritual gifts. Everyone if you haven't checked out my YouTube podcast called The Easier Path, we're right in talking about expanding our spiritual gifts, especially empathic abilities. But, when we're realizing we have access to every spiritual gift, there are some that come to us easier because of us choosing when we're born in the astrological energies that make some things easier for us, and that we have to work harder at something that may come easy to someone else. But we have access to every gift, and there's no wrong gift, but it really comes down to how do you want to share your love and your passion with the world in your own special, unique way. But that's why we have some other cards over here. I feel like they'll zero in a little more on what your natural gifts are. But I feel like a big thing that you want to do is whatever you're an expert in is how you can gift that to the world, where your experiences, your transformation can become like how they say, it's a page in someone else's survival manual, and that you can share and give some wonderful ways for people to transform their lives that have really worked for you. And it speaks loudly when you're able to go through something and share something. People are like, "Wow, yeah, I used to, be so sick from stress, and these are the things I did, and it transformed my physical life." And they're like, "Oh my god, I want that." Uh, when you have that experience and expertise, you speak with confidence, you speak from experience, and it comes out that way. You also have here, so you have the 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, this is about, um, lack energy that comes in here. And it is the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, and not having enough. And again, this feels more, even though that's Pentacles, energy. I don't feel like this has to do with coin as much as it has to do with the real sense of worth, energy that comes in here. And so I do feel like you have a gift that, you've been overcoming that for yourself. And like we're talking about, it's something that you can help transform in others about their worthiness and that they do deserve things. And I feel like that's important. Let's see what's underneath here. You got these other cards here too, I'm interested in. And you got the Eight of Swords and the Six of Cups. I feel like one of the things that helps you with that is past life energy. Eight of Swords, Six of Cups is like is giving me past life energy, and then the Ace of Swords is letting go of mindsets, thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that don't serve anymore. But I feel like this is helping people understand their past lives and how that there is a connection to their worth. And I feel like as you connect them through, you can do past life regression therapy if that interests you. That came through. But I feel like a big piece of this is in helping people understand that they've had past lives, that it helps them realize I'm so much more than this character, that I've been billions of other characters, and that I who I truly am is this actor behind the character, a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, eternal, endless, powerful. Um, and that helps us see that this is just one lifetime and I'm so much more than this. And I feel like there's a little piece of that. So maybe it's past life information, teaching, or past life regression therapy, whatever resonates for you there. Yeah. And you have the Six of Swords along with the Strength card. Yeah. And you're helping, in a way, here, help people find their inner strength, which helps move them from choppy waters to calmer waters. But a lot of this feels like you're giving people different perspectives on their worth, is one of your gifts. Um, and you can do that in whatever way floats your boat. So hopefully that helps. We'll get you your fortune cookie here too. See what else they want to add in here. I like this. All right, there we go. And from the Soul Coaching deck, since your donation is $5 or more, you do get one of these, which is Silence. Wow, look at that. Master number 44. So let's see here. Beautiful card. Be still and take the time to move into the silent place within yourself. Locate your internal source of power. Your soul wants to know that in silence you'll find your sacred witness. It's the dwelling place of the soul. Your spirit loves the truth, and in peace you can seek and discover your truth. If you're in pain, go into it until you find the source so it can be healed. Move past the bustle and chatter of life into sweeter quietude and surrender to stillness. Resist the temptation to indulge in feelings of overwhelm, urgency, and emergency. Your power is born in silence. Seek solitude to listen to the voice of your higher self and awaken your inner wisdom. This peace gives birth to your serenity. And your affirmation is I am serene no matter what is occurring around me. I like that. Beautiful. I mean, what a beautiful card. I love winter and all that. There's a beautiful winter butterfly. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donation. Hopefully that helps. All right. Hey, Prathy. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Maybe. There we go. I'm going to take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. We'll head back into the free readings here. All right. So we got Maria P up next, 324.45. So thank you for your donations earlier. There's your timestamp. So a general for you and Wally. Let's see here. What do we have coming in here? We got these two here. Yeah, we definitely. So the Knight of Cups is definitely, there's this emotional movement, romance energy that comes in. Do you have the Devil card? Devil card is a lot of that thinking energy we've been talking about with them. It's the shaking and the rattling of the cage, letting go of some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore. Those that hold us back individually, constrain us, our fears, our roots, you know, and for, the Knight of Cups to, to pursue this romantic quest together, part of the relationship is to face that. And that's a big purpose of relationships, is to be mirrors for one another. And when we're looking in there, we see ourselves. And so whatever we think is going on over here, we're pointing over here, there's three fingers pointing back at us. And so we can go, where do my concerns about what's going on over there, where's that inside of me? And, you're a mirror for Wally and they're a mirror for you. And that's part of your adventure. It's part of being in a relationship. One of the big reasons why we have them. Otherwise, you know, we would just be, if it was just for the, procreation, we'd just be, like animals, and whoever ends up with whoever has it. And then the next season, whoever has it, here's the baby. So I feel like that is the message for you in this one. So hopefully that helps, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right, then we've got Butterfly up next, 326.44. So Butterfly, here's your timestamp. And hey, hi. You're so funny. It was exciting. Good day. Hope yours was well as well. And you're like a message from the goddess Isis. All right, moving forward on your spiritual path. All right, I get to connect with Isis. I always loved her growing up. There was a show called Isis when I was growing up, and I always loved that. Yeah, I love this because I feel like you have a lot of teachers that are helping you. You have the Hierophant, which is that, a teacher, a spiritual teacher that's giving you information, allowing you to see things from a higher perspective. And the Knight of Swords is the quest of seeing things from a higher perspective. And I feel like Isis is saying to you that all you have to do is ask. She's like showing that there's all of these ascended masters and all these entities and expressions of creator, of divine feminine, divine masculine, everything in between and outside of that, in the realm of all these beings that you have access to, that we all have access to, that all it takes is intention to go, hey, and they can be there. And we can, like, they can be present 100% if you were the only one they're speaking to, while a billion people are reaching out to them, because that's how powerful we are on the other side. So they technically, every entity is at your beck and call if you want. And because they love bringing us information, they love guiding us, and they'll bring you information. So as you're going on your spiritual path, ask questions. We will bring you answers. Either it dropping into your head as like a memory that you're going, oh, and it's a message from them there, or a emotional message, or an energetic message, or something in the physical world coming in, and they'll communicate you in all these different ways. But all you got to do is ask. So I feel like that is what they have here, because you got all these teachers, all these people invested in your adventure too, and it's an endless resources. So I like it. That's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, Ashish Balkaran, we got 329.21. So Ashish, how will your future wife help you evolve? Ooh, let's take a look here. So how will your future wife, based on current energies, All right. Well, you got the high priestess energy. She's very intuitive, very connected. And with this 3 of swords, which is expectations equal disappointment energy, I feel like she allows you, like she intuitively knows a lot of how you're feeling, what's going on. And and she does have this connection to the wisdom of the upper worlds. And I kind of feel like as you experience disappointments in life and you have expectations around things, that she can sense that you're disappointed, sense things, and she gets you to talk about it. And she helps you bring these expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be that are small t truths rooted in fear, and helps you in a very loving way, helps reveal truths so that you can see the root of them. By I feel like she'll ask you questions, she intuitively knows what to ask, and I feel like she picks up on things, of course. So she'll be able to go, like, you're like, "Oh, I'm so upset because of da 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 da," and she'll be like, of course, comfort you and everything first. And then she'll be like, "Where do you think that comes from?" You're like, "I don't know." And they're like, "Could it be, like, something from your dad?" And you're like what?" And she'll be like, "I don't know. Did you ever have, like, a situation where, you were doing, every class you're doing good in, but you got a B in one class and they just punished you for it, and they didn't celebrate everything else you were doing, so now you punish yourself. Like, you don't celebrate yourself, and you punish yourself for one little mistake that you make, and you're like, "Shut up." But she does it in a loving way. But I feel like that she helps you, in doing that. So I feel like that's one way that she helps you evolve. So I love that for you, Ashish. Just let her talk. She loves you. Alright, many blessings. Then we got Essence of Ethereal Serenity at 332 even. So Essence, here's your timestamp. So hello, Mr. Bretta. All right, you'd like to have a general reading, please? Absolutely. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit have for you? All those here, let me shuffle these up here. All right, that one and this one here. So you've got the 3 of Pentacles and the Ace of Wands. I love this. You're really being encouraged to create here. Ace of Wands, of course, is action, action, moving on passion. And the 3 of Pentacles is creating something that is uniquely you, not trying to recreate or duplicate, but create something that is exciting from your energy, from your passion, something that is an expression of your creativity, an expression of your energy. And I like that. But it is about being true to the authentic you, and kind of questioning, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Well, I want to do it right. Well, when you're creating from your heart, there is no wrong anyway, or there is no right or wrong anyway. Just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. What's holding you back from creating something? Time. Make the time, because you need to express yourself creatively. If you haven't been, then that is why you feel stagnant and blocked. So, how you can get your energies moving again is to create. So, whether it's even a doodle, or if you're talented at some sort of art, or even try something new that you're not talented at, because it's fun. All right. So I feel like that's what they have for you. Essence of Serenity. So many blessings to you. All right. Musical Beer, you are up 33406. Boom, boom, boom. There you are. And will you relocate soon? Let's take a look here. We'll pull a when card here. Based on current energies, will you really relocate? And if so, when? Bam. All right. You got the 9 of Cups. Yeah, I feel like there is a dream come true energy with the 9 of Cups. Now, you do have timing of March 1st to March 10th based on current energy, but you do have Jupiter in Pisces. Jupiter energy, Sagittarius, energy, which would still be like November 20th to December 20th. But it can change and it can alter, with our energy because, um, and I feel like they're telling us that here, the more that you focus on what you're grateful for about where you are and where you have lived, and, if you're wanting to move somewhere else and it's your dream come true, the more you have gratitude energy, then the more it draws in faster for you, right? When we're focusing on want and need and lack, or I'm trying to run from somewhere, then that's lower vibration. It slows things down. But when we're excited and focusing on where we're wanting to go, and it's a different energy, it can draw in faster for you too. But right now, it's March 1st to March 10th of next year is the card energy. And it is a yes energy. But with that Jupiter energy that does roll over Sagittarius season, it can come even to November 20th to December 20th of this year. So, which really isn't as far away as it sounds. We're almost to the middle of the year. Well, I guess the end of June technically is the middle of the year, but here we are, May 23rd, June, July, August, September, October, November, right? So it's like 6 months away, but it can be sooner if you adjust your energy too. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. So many blessings. All right, we got Leslie. Hey, Leslie, 3:36:29 is your timestamp. So there we go, Leslie. Boom. All right, and a general message for you. Let's see here. What does Spirit have here for you? Today, we've got the 9 of Wands and the 5 of Wands. I like how they have this presented here because, the 9 of Wands, here's this barrier that's keeping you from this. So sometimes when we feel like you're like, why won't this damn door open up? And it's like, well, they're going to burn the witch on the other side. So don't go there. So I feel like the message for you is trust, in this case, timing, and trust that whatever block this is that's coming in is keeping you from some conflict, keeping you from some drama. The 9 energy of the hermit with the 9 of wands is keeping you kind of separated from this group of individuals that is highly dramatic. And I do feel like quite often you get drawn in to solve problems between this group of people. It could be a group of friends, or it can be family, or a combo of both, or whatever. But it's usually like you're like, well, they're being this, well, they're being this, and then you're the one that they turn to talk to each other, and you smooth things over, and you know and in the middle while they're fighting, you get hit, not physically, but you're like, oh my god, this is a lot of energy. Well, they're saying here, just this is a in this one, you get to sit this one out to where you're uh, in the eye of the storm, but not being impacted by the storm. You're just watching the storm raging around you, and you're like not impacted by it. And they're like, don't go near the edges. This is an opportunity for them to learn to get along and learn to resolve things, because we can be helpful, but then if we are helpful for too long, sometimes we can become a crutch, and then they start leaning on us when they need to lean on them own selves. So I feel like that's what they're having right now. So hopefully that helps, Leslie. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Jojo, you are up. You might not be up. You might be sleeping again. But if you are here, hello. All right. You want to know what were the crazy kind of shared dreams about? Were we communicating with each other in our dreams? All right, let's take a look here. So what were these dreams about? And were you guys communicating through your dreams? All right, got 2 for that. Let's find out that first. Got the Justice card, the Four of Wands. Whoops. I feel more here because we got the Four of Wands, which is like it is a shared energy, two wands on either side. And what were you guys doing in those dreams? No, I'm just kidding. Four of Wands is usually joy, marriage, but when in this particular case, you're looking at, whoops, I didn't mean to flip you off, two on this side and two on this side. So I do feel like there was a shared energy here and that you guys were communicating. Even the Justice card is a clarity card and a balancing of scales, two sides of a scale. Um, it definitely feels like you guys were communicating on an ethereal plane. Yeah, and you have the King of Swords. What were these dreams about? And again, here with the Justice card, bringing in this clarity, I feel like it has to do with this change of story too, because you're granted the Ace of Swords in each, and I feel like again, this is the ability to communicate with one another, but I feel like it has something to do with changing the story, so changing the perspective on how we were looking at things, right? And so I do feel here that you both, because there's this mirroring energy of the scales that I'm seeing, and I feel like you're both on the same side of the scale going, "Well, what are you thinking about this?" "I don't know." "Well, what are you thinking about this?" And I feel like they were sharing some of their dream and experiences with you, and when it went through the little into your dream, you're like, "Whoa, this is weird," because it's almost like because they're sharing some of your dream, it seems strange, and the dream you shared with them is strange for them, but it's a combo. So they kind of it's almost like and this is the way they're showing it to me, of 2 phones, and you're plugging in the phone to transfer data from one phone to another, and it doesn't go through. Not that it's corrupted, it's just formatted. That's it. It's formatted differently where it's like, "Oh, that's weird," because it's not coming through as clear. That's interesting because I feel like you guys are kinda met in a ethereal bubble to share, and in that bubble, it's like, "Okay, that's because their perception of life is different than your perception of life. So when they showed it to you, you're like, "That's different." That's kind of, oh, yeah, what are they showing me? This art, the art that's just all weird, not weird, but, um, you know, not like a portrait and, oh, and, fruit bowl and all that. It's abstract art. And I feel like it's abstract and you're like, "Whoa, this is," and both of your perceptions to each other are abstract. Makes sense to you, but to them, what? Because the human's still involved a little bit, in that. And I just felt like you guys were kind of experimenting, meeting in this bubble and sharing, shared experiences so that you could see things differently and be able to process it and change the story about how you see something from both of your pasts. So interesting. So hopefully that makes sense to you, Jojo. But that's what I have. So many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right. And then we got 34343 for Blueberry. Hey, Blueberry. Crack me up. All right. So, you'd like a reading about what is your soul purpose, right? Is that's all? Yeah. I like this because when we realize, with our soul's purpose is, we have our human self and then our higher self, and then you have the Ace of Swords, which is clarity, communication, this Leo energy. Humanity, we're kind of taught, oh, you have an assignment, you better do it. You have a contract, you better not mess it up. Because that's so much of humanity is there's rules, there's expectations. You're gonna fail if you don't do all this stuff. Our whole purpose of humanity is to experience, to explore, to see things differently from different perspectives, to learn more about who we are by experiencing who we're not, because we are perfect mountains that we walk around to, you know, to kind of chart out who we are by exploring who we are. And so we come down a lower vibration as a human and we experience this part of the mountain and we have that information now. And then we come down and we experience this vibration as a human and we experience all that. And then we have more information. And it's all about experience. And by golly, every second we're experiencing. So we're always perfectly doing our purpose here as a soul. Because the creator wanted to know about themselves, and in that moment of wondering, I wonder how it'd be perceived, they separated off from themselves, creating us to look back at them, and because we're mini creators looking back at the creator, we also wanted to create little minis of us to look back at us so we could understand ourselves, and that the creator then could understand themselves through all of that too. So we're doing all this exploring, we're doing all this understanding of things, and so I like that. There's no right or wrong thing to do or not do. We're eternal beings. We're gonna have plenty of time to experience it all. There's no rush. There's no supposed to. There's just exploration. I heard something the other day that stood out too. Our sole purpose is to have joy. Our sole purpose is to have joy. And so it's a great energy to, um, go, "Yeah, I'm here. We're on a playground. We're here to have fun. What's my purpose on this playground, grandpa? To go explore and have fun. So go. Well, how is this supposed to go? Am I supposed to go on the swings first or the slide first or the merry-go-round or the seesaw? There's no supposed to. Go, I'll go push you on the swing if you need, or I'll be at the bottom of the slide and at the bottom of the stairs so you don't fall off. And, I'll be there all with you all along the way if you want. Well, they always are. I'll spin the merry-go-round. I'll even sit on the other side of the seesaw if you want, or I'll get some kids to go over there so you don't just sit up in the air because 'cause I'm much bigger than you, right? You know, there's this wonderful joy, joy, joy kind of energy that comes in, and follow your joy, um, and know that you're perfectly living your experience, and, so, yeah, I feel like that's what they want you to know there. We do come down with intentions of exploring things and you know um, seeing like, okay, my intention is to map out kind of this side of the mountain, so I'm going to walk around this side of the mountain. It doesn't mean I'm I must map all of this area. It's like, this is where I'm headed off to explore, and that's it, you know? And there's so much freedom in that, because then there's not a have to and a should, and we have all these expectations we're spending our life just to get up to 0. Did I do it? It's like, but that's part of our experience too. I always refer to this, um, tapestry here. We are, let's say we're light beings. If this was all this beige light color, you wouldn't see this design. You would just see all this beige. But because of the shadow and all these lifetimes and all of this that we experience, we're able to see this design. We're able to see all these designs up here, this beautiful thing. And so we understand ourselves more. And we're like, oh, wow, look at how amazing we are. We wouldn't, that's what we're here to discover, how wonderful we are, right? But hopefully that helps a little bit, Blueberry, make life seem a little more fun and not so much like an assignment, right? All right. It's like summer school and not like regular school, but summer school, like more like summer camp than summer school, regular school. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. You like that, Aunt Rose? Mind blown. All right. And then we have Celestial Nebula. 3:49:35 is your timestamp. So here it is. Boom, boom. And you're so interested in a reading on what spirit needs you to know. What's wonderful is spirit doesn't need you to know anything, right? They have no needs. They're like, and we'll pull here because I'll adjust the question because I know kind of what you're wanting. But you know, our journey, our adventure is ours. We're not in the back seat of a car being driven around going, "Where are we gonna end up?" We're not in being kidnapped in the trunk of a car, you know, "Here's your life, you better enjoy it." We're the driver of the party bus, right? And I love the example that we talk about, quite often here and there, that we're driving this giant party bus and the creator is our co-pilot. They're in charge of the radio. They're in charge of, the air conditioning and the heater and passing out the snacks. And all of our spiritual posse are all these puppies in the back of the bus, just happy to be going for the ride because all you had to say is, "Hey, you guys want to go?" And they're like, "Yes." They just love being along with us. There's no supposed to, no should, no need to, no have to, no must. There's just different experiences with different outcomes, different, um, emotions and everything that we can experience with it all. And our energy is what takes us in those directions. So, when we're like, spirit, what do you need me to know? And they're like, I, you don't need, you know, everything you need to know right now because you're in the now. And we're like, okay, sorry, let me rephrase it, right? It's, what what could I know in this moment that helps me have the experience that I'm really wanting to have, right? Because our life is our journey, right? So we'll see what information is good for you to know that will help you go in the direction that you're wanting to go here. Yeah, I feel like here you have the King of Cups, which is a balance between your head and your heart, and the Judgment card, which is this pool that's in you, that's within us. And when we trust that, of course, that, this everything that unfolds in our life is for us, then we're not afraid of what, any path is a perfect path for us. But there is this when we're going, what's best for me to go in the direction I want to go? Follow the pull of your heart. Your heart knows the way it wants to go, but you have to kind of, with this King of Cups, you got to balance your head and your heart because your head has all these ideas of where I'm supposed to go, where I should go, where I need to go, where I have to go, I must go. These are opinions that's been given to us growing up from all the other humans who've been passing down all these shoulds for all of their life, all these lives, right? And so we're like, "Oh, I guess that's where I'm supposed to go." And the mind goes, "Yeah, yeah, we must go do this." That's what it feels like. Here's your assignment. You got to do all this or you fail. That's human rooted in fear. That's not creator. That's human controlling beliefs that have been formed over centuries. Because we're like, "Oh, if you don't do that, there's scary things that happen. We better not do that," And so we start having these lives where we're not living, we're existing, checking off all these boxes of these expectations. And when the heart comes in and balances, the heart takes us to where we're living life. Um, but if we can balance our head and our heart, our mind will support our heart's dream. So there can be a nice little, something that's not so extreme in one direction or so extreme in the other. There's a beautiful way that we can safely follow our heart, whereas our heart will go, let's just jump off this cliff. We'll get down there faster. And the mind's like, how about we take the stairs? Or how about we take the elevator instead? Well, okay. Still gets us to where we're going to go, but it does it in a more safe way. in that. So I feel like that's what's coming in here for you, Celestial. Hopefully that helps. You like that, Rose? All right. I love Spirit, how they come up with these things. All right. And then we have Teresa Horton. We got 35454. So, Teresa, here is your timestamp. So, you want to how what's good money and need some money and how much and when I get blessed? Oh, you will too. Oh, thank you so much. Let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, I'm going to pull a when card here. A when and what you need to know about money. Well, you got the 8 of Pentacles. Look all the coin you have in your hands there. Hallelujah. You got August 23rd to September 1st. So today's the 23rd. So 3 months from now, I feel like there is here. The 8 of Pentacles is an energy of putting in the blood, sweat, the tears. You do get the reward. So there is a transformative energy that is coming in here. Um, so I do feel that based on current energies, you do have that time frame here. But for both of our sakes, since when you get blessed, you're going to bless me. I'm going to give you extra information. I'm just kidding. um, but I do have a podcast called The Easier Path, and in it, we do have a one of the episodes called Abundance Where It Be. It does talk about it here. I'll put it in the main chat here. And if you're not here right now, I'll put that also under your name in the pinned comment. If you saw that, your pinned your timestamp underneath there will be a link you can just click on it. It can take you to that episode too, because there's two things that either draw abundance to us and then allow opens the city gate to allow it to come into our life, or there's things that push away um, abundance. Or if we draw abundance, if that city gate is closed, which is ruled by our little inner child, emotional inner child, to be more specific, it can't get to us even though it's piling up out here. So it talks about things you can do to help draw it to you sooner and to open the gates to make sure you can actually receive it into your life too. So be sure to check that out if that interests you. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then Olivier Bagara. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Here is your timestamp. And you want to ask, will you be stepping into a more stable journey in your life, career, matters, and love? I'm coming. Let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will you be into career and in love? Let's take a look here. So career, do you have the 3 of Swords energy coming in? Feels like there's a little bit of expectations equal disappointment here around the career. So that's just that energy of, a good reminder to look in going, do I have mindsets that are restricting how it has to come to me and what it needs to be and what that looks like and blah, 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 right? Because we might have released some things and going, all right, well, it's wide open, but we don't realize that we have a lot of other restrictions that we have going, you know, well, it has to come through this. It has to be in this line of work. It has to be, this or that. And when we, restrict it too much, we blind ourselves to opportunities. I feel like that's what they're coming in here is just a little bit of more work and letting go of some of those things. For love, yeah, we got the 2 of Swords. I feel like right now, both of these with the 2 and the 3 of Swords, because the 2 of Swords is the power of story, which does bring in expectations, but I feel like we've got these stories that are circulating around what things are supposed to look like, who someone's supposed to be, how, when, those kind of energies. I actually posted something on social media um, that, was talking about when we ask how and when, how we start limiting the universe because we only know the possibilities that we've seen before because that's all we know. Because we're like, well, this is all we know in the world. This must be how it is. But they're like, oh no, but when we when we surrender it to the creator, they see so many different possibilities, right? Like, and I think I talked about this before when I was living at a place before here and my savings was starting to go down because I was paying rent with a friend of mine that we were living there um it was a small little town and I'm like, well, I'm gonna need to find a job and there's not it was a small town, so I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to move somewhere and so I need to find somewhere to live and then a job so I can pay for somewhere that I live. And then we have this, and we have this, and we have that. And, there is this, I was like, I'm going to do all this, but you show me what, I'm going to leave it up to you. But to keep my mind busy, I'm going to at least go looking and see what city I could live in and what jobs are out there and stuff. And but I learned through several different things just to surrender and go, "But you bring it any way you want," is what the point of this story is. And then out of the blue, my host, my friend, she called me, "Hey, I bought a house and the basement is all open and I want you to come live here for free." You know, it's my gift to the world. And I'm like, what? Wasn't in my possibilities of that this is how it should go. I'm like, well, obviously, this is how it has to have. I have to have money, so I need this. But they're like, no, you don't have to have a full-time job. You'll be able to live and do your dream of sharing my messages with the world. Here you go. And I feel like that's the message that's coming in here for you. So, hopefully that helps alleviate. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Cat Murray, you said, "Ha, sorry, I just got back," and you knew I was gonna get the disclaimer, right? Oh, trying to get rid of your psoriasis. Something that you might look at too, if you have this book, definitely look into that. If you don't, you can search "Spiritual and Emotional Reasons for Psoriasis." Let me see if it has it in here. Oh, yeah, psoriasis. So Louise Hay, she has a disclaimer like I do about, seek a professional, blah, blah, blah. It's the fear of being hurt is the root of it. Deadening the senses of the self, refusing to accept responsibility for our own feelings. A wonderful affirmation for that is I am alive to the joys of living. I deserve and accept the very best in life. I love and approve of myself. Ooh, I love that. It also says, say skin problems. I think they might have skin problems in here. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. Anxiety, fear, old buried guck, Guck. I am being threatened. And then the affirmation for that is I lovingly protect myself with thoughts of joy and peace. The past is forgiven and forgotten. I am free in this moment. So those are some fun ones, but I googled something earlier today for someone that was having an eye problem and Google AI, oh my god, is amazing. You just can put it in there exactly as I said. Spiritual and emotional reasons for like psoriasis, and then they'll boop, 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 and you'll be like, you can go through it and see what resonates because there can be an emotional reason at the core of it, and then that can help transform. It's amazing, right? So hopefully you still heard all that, but whoever that was for, there you go. All right, and then we got Pink Aura Angel 40408. So Pink Aura Angel. Um, So, will you have to move to another place for your coming job and then locally or abroad? All right, let's think here. So, first, will you have to move for another place? And if so, where it be? So, are you going to move? Well, You do have the Empress energy, which is birthing something new. It is an abundance energy, abundance, um, you know, fruitfulness kind of energy. I feel like that's a yes. And is it locally or abroad? You do have the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from where you're at to go somewhere new. Um, which let me double check here because the squirrel running up a tree, it's like that feels local, but I kind of felt like it was further away too. You know, I feel like with this Nine of Swords, which is, the fear and expectations, but this Wheel of Fortune this is for you. I kind of feel like this is a moving abroad energy, um, because they've adjusted the squirrel in my head to a flying squirrel. So it's not just scampering up a tree, it's flying to another tree. So I do feel here with all this, this is designed for you and that where they're taking you, you even got this 8, 9, 10 energy coming in, that it's progressive. And so you might even like locally, um, you might move there first locally into this new job. And then as you're there for a little while, I feel like the next step is then they want you to go they're going to offer you to go abroad. And because I feel like there's this choice energy. So I feel like you got both. And that's what was throwing me off a little bit. If you saw me, a confused look on my face, because I was like, how can it be both? And they're like, let's explain. So you do get it locally, and then they offer you abroad, but you don't have to go abroad if you don't want to, but they offer it. So I like that for you, Pink or Angel. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Sean G, 40704. So, Sean, thank you for your donations earlier. And so, for your free reading here, should you hire C to do clerical work for you? Would it be beneficial? All right, well, take a look here. Of course, there are no shoulds from spirit, right? There's just different choices with different outcomes. So we'll see here. If you hire C to do clerical work for you, what kind of energy do you have with that? And then if you don't and hire someone else, you do have the Eight of Wands. She's a very, very, very hard worker, fast worker, it seems. So I feel like they would get a lot done. Someone else, oh, 10 of Wands. There is someone else that would do a little more instead of 8 wands, 10 wands. So I feel like they're showing me, what was that from Babe? You remember that Babe with the little pig that could talk? And it's like, that'll do, pig, that'll do. So they can, and it can be beneficial. I feel like there's someone else that could be even a little more beneficial. So if you were thinking of someone else, um, that there might be, um, I feel like that other person with the 10 of wands, you might be concerned about this other person because it almost feels like it's a crapshoot whether they would be a burden or a harvest. But I feel like it would be however you interact with them is how it would depend if they're a burden or a harvest. Not C, but whoever this other person would be. Seems like you might be like, well, it could either be really, really good or really, really bad with them. But C feels like it's consistently an Eight of Wands kind of energy that comes in. So hopefully that helps, Sean. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Hey, Cat Marie, you're needing. Oh, reading was on point, even though you've watched it laterly. So oh, interest in Akashic Records. I love it. Yeah, isn't that beautiful? I love doing past life readings. All right, and then Ruby, you are up 40937. Thank you so much for your donations earlier. So grateful. There's your timestamp. So, your free question, can you trust your friend C? Let's take a look here. Any concerns here? I usually say people are, can I trust him? No, you cannot trust a human. Well, what do you want to trust him with? Is usually my follow-up question after I say that. Because, humans, when we go into fight or flight mode, we do all sorts of stupid shit, right? We do stupid, unloving, uncompassionate things when we're in fear because we go out of our minds. Um, oh, okay, I get you. So let's take a look here. Yeah, I can understand. You do have the Knight of Wands. They are kind of a feisty, fiery one, right? But yeah, I do feel like they are, with the Lovers card and the King of Pentacles here. I do feel like they are on your side, I feel like, with this, even though they can be a bit fiery. And I like that when I was saying, when we go into that fight or flight mode, we can do stupid stuff. So what are you gonna trust them with? If you have if you have fears that they're talking to my ex or something, then, until the situation with them is all over, need to know. Need to know, right? Then you just don't have to worry. It's like I can talk about other things, but um especially with this Knight of Wands, I feel like when they're in a heated moment of fear, they could say something and not realize what they're doing. So I don't feel like it would be intentional as much as, reactionary, blah, 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 Like if they were talking like if they came across to your ex and your ex said something snide, and they're like, "Well, at least my ex isn't blah, 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 blah," and "What did you just say?" And they're like, nothing. Forget I said oh, crap," I feel like it's that kind of energy. Yeah, accidentally spill something to him or go after him. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, so I feel like, you know, it's funny, it's like those movies where, "I didn't tell you for your own protection." So, I kind of feel like, I feel like your concerns are validated there to go, "You know what? I'm just going to not tell them anything." That way, if they get tortured, they won't be able to tell them because there's nothing to tell. That's funny. Yeah. So, I like it. I feel like they definitely are your supporter, but they could, reactionary wise, accidentally say something thinking it would hurt them, but it gives them information. Um, so I would just keep your information close to you from and everyone right now, just for your own safety, right? All right, so that's what they have for you, Ruby. I love it. Many blessings to you. All right, we got Royal Velour. You are up. Grab your timestamp here. You are very welcome. Yeah, you can just talk about other things. If they bring it up, "Well, what's going on?" "You know what? I just don't wanna talk about that. Can we just go have some fun? Can we what's going on in your life? Or let's go play a game. Let's go watch a movie. Let's talk about this. Did you hear about that?" Do that way. Alright, so Royal, how does Sam do in his life, and does he miss me? Alright, let's see here. How is Sam doing in his life right now? Thank you. And then, does he miss you? Put that one too. Alright. How's he doing in his life? He's stronger than he looks. That's funny with the strength card. He's doing well. He's getting through it. He's like I said, he's stronger than he looks and how even he's stronger than he thinks he is. So he's really I feel like he's um moving forward in his life and he's making steps forward. So the Leo energy here, he still has kind of that need to be seen and wants to be seen by people. So he still has that kind of thing that he's dealing with of wanting to people to recognize who they are and, kind of stand out in a way. So they still have that kind of draw. Um, does he miss you? You know, we have the Magician card here and the Nine of Cups, which the Nine of Cups is like an emotional dream come true. And the Magician card, and this makes sense with that Leo energy that they're in. It's not that, they don't care about you or anything like that, but they're really focused in on me energy. Low expression of Leo energy is the me. And I feel like they're focused in on what my dream come true is, and I'm really engaged and doing everything I can to try to make this happen. So I feel like they're really their noses to the grind, and they're just really I'm trying to do this. And that's generally what a lot of men do, not to stereotype men, but rather than sit with their emotions and reflect on stuff and, "Oh, think about the good old days," they're all about the get on to the next thing or keep busy, either busy with work, busy with friends, family, relationships, whatever, but it's always about stay busy, stay going forward, distract yourself kind of energy, and I feel like that's what's going on here, so I don't feel like they are giving themselves the opportunity to miss anything because 'cause they're keeping themselves so, focused on that instead, so that's what they have for you, Royal Velour, right now, so, hopefully that helps a little bit. Many blessings to you. Right, and then May, you are up 4, 16, 29. Maybe, let me try that again, there we go. I'm having trouble here. Okay, there we go. Alright, so May, you wanna know when will you get engaged? Alright, so based on current energies, let's pull a when card, see what we have coming in here. That's one right here, huh? So, you have the 10 of Cups. Interesting, right? The 10 of Cups is one of the relationship energies. Big joy, 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 joy. Now, the one on the card is March 11th to March 20th, which obviously is next year. And that's based on current energy, right? And the whole thing about situations in our life, there's very little faded things in our life anyway. But among those, it's ranges. The earliest we can experience something and the latest we can experience something. And of course, whatever we focus our energy on is what will either make it slow down so it takes longer to come in or speeds things up to bring it sooner. The thing that speeds things up to make it come in sooner is our self love. The more we focus in on our joy, our gratitude, and letting go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us, emotions that don't serve us, energy that don't serve us, even physical things in the world that don't serve us, all that allows our love vibration to move up and it does speed things up too. So we're zipping and moving forward. And then because that vibration vibrates higher is what draws it in sooner. So pursuing what slows it down is I need this, I want this, I must have it, I fear it won't happen. That is what pushes it further away. It weighs it down so it takes longer to get here. So we can free it up or we can weigh it down. And there's no right or wrong, just information, right? So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now, May. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Pramia, you are up for 1856 is yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And you are in a long distance relationship with your husband. You want to stay with him. When will it happen? Like you want to get there. So that's a when, right? Let's grab another when card here. So based on current energies, Put that one there. All right. You have June 21st to July 22nd. So that's only a couple months. What? A month away. You got the Chariot card, which is a movement card. It is a power of choice card too. So it is definitely a possibilities that it can be June 21st to July 22nd. And, as I was just mentioning in the previous reading, whatever you focus on is what can draw things closer or push things away. The future is always adjusting. Every moment we're making a choice is adjusting what path we're taking in, when things will happen and not happen. So the more you can focus in this case, what do you love about being with your husband? What are you grateful for? And then you thank the creator for it. And if you're in connection and contact, you can tell them, sincerely, what I love about you? I was remembering when we were hanging out and doing this. I really love that. When we are sincere and we share what we love with someone, um, that changes our energy, which draws things in sooner, but it also helps our bond. We're closer together as well. And so we are the stories we have about who they are, the emotions we share, the energy, our actions, whatever energy we have, if it's of gratitude and joy and laughter and play and unconditional love, it draws things in sooner and bigger. When we focus in on lack, like I need, I want, I must, I fear it won't, we actually push it further away. So be very aware of your energy, because it is what fluctuates things. Um, I also have posted a few above you. You might see in the pinned comment, unless you're here right now. If you're here right now, I'll put it back out here again. But the reason why we created this Abundance Where It Be podcast episode is because it's so important. It impacts all of our abundance, whether it's love, money, job, whatever. These talk about two things that keep things away or help draw things in. And so, if that resonates for you, check it out. I just posted it in the chat or in the pinned comment where your timestamp is when I finish this session here. It'll be just above, like 5 or 6 people above. You'll see the link for that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Premia. So many blessings to you. And then we have Prathy for 2233. So Prathy, here is your time stamp. Boom, boom, boom. And you want to know what's coming next towards you. All right, let's see what we got here. We got this, and this. All right, well, all this fiery energy. It does feel here. Let me see here. I'll show you this one first. She had the Ace of Wands, which is there is a new action, a new passion, something new and exciting coming in. You got the Page of Wands too. So there is both of those kind of represent this heightened attraction, passion towards something. Could be love because you have the Page of Cups too. But if you're not interested in looking for love, this can be something that brings you joy, is really coming in fast here for you too, because we have the Ace of Wands and it jumps to the Page of Wands, which is like the 11. So it sparks and then it jumps up very fast into something. The Page of Cups it can be new love, it can be a returning love. As well, because the page being the 11, it could be something that was already going on that kind of maybe disappeared, but now it's back in full force. So it can be jumping ahead here too. But it doesn't have to be a relationship. It can be something that a passion project, something that really makes you happy that you want to do. If it's like a position or a job, whatever this thing is that you're hoping that um, you feel in this moment would make you feel happy, like extremely happy. This is the thing that's sparking and coming in hot and fast. Um, Of course, whatever you focus on with your energy, can bring in things, excuse me, faster and bigger, or it can slow it down, like I was just talking about in the previous reading. I did post a podcast, one of my podcast episodes called Abundance, where it be. And it's very helpful to clarify the things we can do to help things come toward us, or the things we can do to help it not come towards us. So I feel like that's helpful. If that resonates, I'll be sure to check that out too. And that is totally free, can give you some additional information too. But it feels like something very fast and happiness definitely coming towards you. So I like that. Right. So that is what we have, everybody. I think that is all of the donations. I don't think I missed anybody's free readings here. So I think that is it for this evening. If you haven't checked out my most recent podcast episode, we are in the process of learning about our expanding our spiritual gifts, focusing a lot on empathy and emotion, because that opens up the conduit for all of our spiritual gifts. But if you want to check that out, there is the link to that. Or if you want to catch up on any of my previous podcasts, all the information for the playlist is down in the description area. Or if you click on my name, it'll take you to my main channel page, and it's linked at the top of the page there. The playlist is the easier path. So I am on Wednesday through Sunday night, so I will be back tomorrow. And so until I see you guys again, remember that every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. Thanks for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful for all of those of you that do that. You are part of the love tsunami, helping my channel get out there in front of others. And we just surpassed 2,600, at least last night. If it holds, we might have a little celebration coming up. So keep an eye out on my social media. And I'll be making an announcement if that holds for us. Sometimes it goes up and then it goes down. But if it holds above 2,600, I want to plan a little celebration. So all right, my lovelies, enjoy your dreaming and your days if you're on the other side of the planet. Until I see you guys again, much love. Have fun. Why are we being so serious? Go play. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you.